After starting Abruzzi Apex Racing League Endurance 2024 2 weeks ago at Silverstone, the series now heads to Spa for round 2 of the championship. The GTP, LMP2 and GTD drivers have 3 hours of racing in store for them tonight, round 1 of the most iconic endurance circuits in all of motorsports. Welcome to the Apex Racing TV esports studio. My name is Sam Fitzpatrick, alongside me is David Sampson. And David, this should be very fun. We were mentioning earlier how the 3 hours last time went by pretty quick. There wasn't too much time to breathe throughout it, and I think this Spa circuit should see one of our more competitive fields just because everyone knows this place ever so well.
Yeah, it does bring out the best in people. You said iconic, but yeah, this is where you find out what your real I-rating is when you're racing here. Yeah, I love the format, GTP, LMP2s and GTD. I think that's the best of the best class match right now on the platform. So yeah, really excited. I'd say tough track, long race. I think a few teams learnt their lesson there in the last one. Yeah, let's see. I'm very excited for this.
Should be very good. Well, let's have a quick reminder of our schedule. It's not a particularly long one. It's only the 6 rounds. Will be done and dusted come September. But round 1 at Silverstone, then Spa, Daytona next time out on one of the best race circuits we have on the schedule. And then Portimao, Suzuka and Sebring. Spa, the only returning track from last season. The other 5 are new. But Spa the only returning one because it is that iconic. And let's have a reminder as well of the format, because we've got qualifying coming up very, very soon, and then that 3-hour long race. It was interesting last time how we were sort of anticipating the GTPs would have to make 3 pit stops on that day, or 4 pit stops, sorry, and they managed to get down to 3 pit stops. With Spa this round 2, do you think the fuel consumption will be high enough to force them into that 4? Do you think they'll be able to make the 3 again?
I haven't run the numbers, but if there's a chance, then you always go for it. Even if you know it's going to affect your pace. I assume it's the endurance layout of pits?
Grand Prix. So it's the shorter one.
Ah, okay, because I say the endurance one almost cost you a lap here at Spa. Yeah. And like I say, if it's close enough, if it's 10 litres away, they're gonna go for it. But I haven't run the numbers myself.
Yeah, we haven't done. Yeah, it will be close, I think, for this one. Probably a little higher fuel consumption than what we had at Silverstone, which will really put them on the brink of making those extra laps. Let's have a look at some of our prizes that we have. And of course, these are awarded for the best overtake, a Leox Z XF1 Pro wheel. And then best save gets a Camus Rally wheel. And then best livery. That's t-shirts and gloves for the entire team, and they can get that in a custom design. And all this is from our title sponsor, Abruzzi. Huge thanks to them for those awesome prizes. And we need to keep a lookout for those overtakes and saves. I don't think there was necessarily any season-winning ones last time out. But
possibly some saves that could be in contention.
I feel like maybe going up Beau Rouge, if there's a car stranded at Radion or something, that could be a good save today.
Could be a good overtake as well.
This is a circuit outside, maybe on the last lap at the chicane. Stuff could happen on this circuit, so I think we might see some of those efforts being posted. And of course, there's more prizes as well. Custom boots being given to the best qualifiers. That matters for every round. Teams have got to keep that effort up throughout the championship in order to be able to contend for that prize. And it costs £2,000 of prize money. It's 650 quid, apologies, 350 quid for the class winners in each class, and then 200 and 150, and then of course custom made gloves as well. For a random viewer, do keep tuned, because unless your name is Paul Busby, you might be winning some gloves.
But he's not eligible for a re-win.
Well, we might give it to one of his teammates, perhaps. So we'll see on that one. But hopefully Paul doesn't win. Hopefully someone else who isn't a part of Effect gets their hands in those very nice gloves.
Yeah, some great prizes.
And of course, you do check out the link that we have as well for Abruzzi to get 15% off your order. Just use the code Apex Racing 15 off. That's Apex Racing 15 off at abruzzi-official.co.uk.
I liked the viewer prizes. That was fun last week.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a good touch.
Well, whenever you get bored, just you can initiate it. And
What?
we'll...
Just over and over again?
Well, I'm not sure how pleased. Abruzzi are very generous. I'm not sure if they're that generous, unfortunately.
For sure.
But let's have a look as well at the championship standings that we have just after one round. So it's pretty much the results from last time. And it is currently MSS Movano Rosso. Now that is, of course, Movano red from last time. They have changed their team names, but it's still Movano Rosso for this one. And they won last time out. They were pushed by the blue team, no doubt about it.
Pushed. I think blue team were the strong team, right?
They were leading.
Yeah.
But they got involved in a collision and Rosso were able to take the win.
For sure. Yeah, you got to finish these things. I thought red had the better strategy, but blue had the better pace.
They were saving fuel, weren't they? They were about 3 laps ahead.
Correct. Red could have quite jumped it at the end, but yeah, I mean they did the job. They did a great job actually. Really solid team.
And of course, a word as well on that GTP. The Acura has been bopped by iRacing since the previous round of the championship.
Oh, sorry. So
we haven't changed our bop. So
respect.
Last time, I think it was top 3 Acura. Maybe we'll see a change up for that. Then we've had one team change from the Acura to the Cadillac since round 1, so they haven't exactly all swarmed. But
it's great.
It could change it around a bit.
That would be great. It's going to create some great racing.
In the LMP2s, we've got Effect Simulations. It was 3rd place last season in the championship, and they've started off very strong ahead of Fiercely Forward Purple.
Yeah, Delatraz had some bad luck. It could have been not a close battle.
They were fighting them they were catching them, weren't they, in the closing stages?
Yeah, in the last 40 minutes, last hour, but before the accident. But yeah, was a shame to see.
Yeah, Paul Busby was taking the car to the end there, and he was struggling a little bit for pace, was Paul, and he was vulnerable in the closing stages, but they hung on. Alpha Esports as well came back very well in the closing stages. And in the GTDs, we've got Simify Esports, currently at the top, of course, a team who took part in the GTPs last season, and they're clear of Impulse Racing, Team Racing Purple, Fiercely Forward Pink, and Door Esports. Simify were very strong last time. It was a very close sort of top 4 in the first hour in the GTDs last time, but it sort of spread out after that.
Yeah, I think we saw the number 1 drivers. They were on the pace, like seriously on the pace in GTD. Obviously, it's hard to compare in all the classes, but that was a very closely fought battle. Very close.
John Williams in chat saying, I am here live tonight, not watching the replay. I want them gloves. Well, I'm pleased that the gloves are bringing people to watch the broadcast, John. And best of luck to you to win them. Paul, not happy about my comments as well. The Alcon jokes have already started. Yes, welcome to everyone who is tuning in, and hopefully you stick with us throughout the racing. Let's have a look at this Spa track then. Fortunately, no rain tonight, depending on who you ask. But there is 0% chance of rain, so don't worry about rain, guys.
Yeah, I think I should pick the weather. It would be random.
There's no rain as well for Daytona next week in GT3 Trophy. Just a heads up, that's already been calculated. So it's the summer. Maybe if we were hosting this during the winter, there'd be a higher risk of rain, but it don't rain in summer.
Yeah, this is going to create some good racing. Obviously, we hope everyone is nice and safe lap 1 up Radion, because it can create some difficulties. But then these next couple of corners really test your cold tyres and your commitment, especially for you. This is probably where the main majority of the defending is going to happen in lap 1. Just hope everyone gets through okay. Looking at you, LMDH. No, I mean, they suffer with cold tyres the most for sure, and obviously they've got the high-speed vehicle, and they're huge. So if they spin, they take up most of the track.
Last time out, we had 19 protests across the event, which was quite low. I think last season we averaged sort of 30 per round. Do you think tonight will be higher or lower? Judging by the nature of the circuit. Because I think Silverstone is quite a nervy circuit in terms of the traffic, but it didn't seem too bad in the end.
I thought everyone was brilliant. Yeah, we'll see. I'm really not sure, because that is a surprisingly low number for a 3-hour race of teams, competing for prizes. Yeah, possibly higher. Let's see. I thought Silverstone, they handled it all very well.
Yes, yeah, they did do a very good job of that. Of course, back to track, and of course, 16 17, not much for corner in any of these cars, a little bit more for the GTDs.
Yeah.
The Blanchimont, and then the bus stop to round out the lap. Should be really, really good event coming up. We are currently in qualifying, and so we will go to a break now, but when we return, we'll be at Spa, and we'll be bringing you all the action in the qualifying session. We'll be back in just a moment.
Are you struggling for consistency in your sim racing? Does your iRating look like a roller coaster? If so, we have good news for you. The way to get more consistent is to first understand what you're doing differently than the professionals. And VRS is the answer. With our competitive subscription, you will have the telemetry, setups, tutorials, and everything else you need to fully analyze your driving. Our data packs and the ability to compare your driving with the best in the world will show you exactly where to adjust your inputs, change your driving line, and shave seconds off of your lap times. And our powerful and precise Direct Force Pro wheelbase and precision pedals are being used by some of the world's best drivers. All these champions agree that VRS hardware is not just the best on the market, it's also priced well below the competition. So if you're looking to upgrade to direct drive and the best pedals in sim racing, VRS is your answer. If you want to get better, get faster, and make it happen sooner rather than later, you owe it to yourself to find out why so many people are switching to VRS. You'll be so glad that you did. Visit www.virtualracingschool.com and learn why the best use VRS.
Welcome to Spa. We've got some nice aerial footage of the circuit. As well, you can see well, you can't see the sky too much, but there are no clouds. So unfortunately, John Williams saying if it doesn't rain here at Spa tonight, I'll be disappointed in chat. John, you're going to be disappointed. 0% chance, my friend. And unless the iRacing system is broken, that means no rain. Currently, we have the GTD drivers out on circuit, and they've got a few more laps to set. At the moment, Riccardo Lamoli at the top of the standings in his Corvette.
Yep, lovely weather. So what is it, morning? I didn't check the race.
That's an interesting element, actually, which I should have mentioned.
Ooh.
That it is currently in the late afternoon, but it will end in the dark, this race. When I say dark, there'll be a little bit of light, like it won't be pitch black, but it will be after sunset.
Good. It's about time. No, it adds a nice element for the drivers. It'll make for a nice finish to the race.
I think the Daytona round is all at night, if I recall correctly. So you can look for that one as Francorchamps trying to get out of the way. I hope he hasn't impeded anyone there. But there you can see the current standings, 0.2 of a second between Absolute Motorsport Acelith GTD and Simify Esports. Of course, Simify currently the championship leaders. And a decent amount of gaps at the moment, but I think those times will close up because it's such a long lap here. They've only got one lap in most of the teams. A few of them have got the 2 laps in. But yeah, it is still Riccardo Lamoli with the best time.
Yeah, I think we've still got some times to see. Obviously, we know there's a bunch of drivers out there who are absolutely excellent at this track. And I mean, this track always brings out the best in people. This is, of all the endurance tracks, the one I'd say most have the most laps at. Quite technical as well. We don't think of most of the big endurance tracks as being technical. Lots of corners.
Are you itching for the rescan?
Yes, I am actually. Yeah, it'd be nice.
Yeah.
Learn the new off tracks.
Yes. Yeah, will be quite a different one. Pool 1 in particular, which in the rain, from the races that we have done in the rain around this circuit, is absolutely treacherous as Pool 1. It will only be more treacherous once the gravel comes in. At the moment, you can get away with the tarmac, but yeah, that will be even more demanding. Lamoli not on a fast lap at the moment. Who else is improving out there? Pretty good lap right now for Fiercely Forward Pink. We got Rodrigo Mies in that car, so watch out for him. And Gonzalo Vergara as well for Simify Esports Championship leaders, using his webcam as well, which is awesome to see. We'll see plenty of our drivers use that today. And yeah, he is also trying to improve. So far on this lap, 3 personal bests for Gonzalo.
And as I say, this has my I think it has my vote for best livery. At the moment, it's a long season. I'm going to brew on it, and I'm going to try not be
orange on it, which is honestly
and yes,
and yes, which stands for hope. I think we learned last time.
I thought it was some sort, but okay.
Sure.
An orange S. That's all I see.
Yeah.
No,
I
I
still trying to sue DC, aren't you, to this day? And
yes,
they're not giving up.
They're claiming it's not an S, it's a word. And yeah. We went back and forth. Big legal thing.
He goes to the top. Does Gonzalo? Very good lap. 5 personal best sectors. I mean, it wasn't a huge improvement. It was 0.2 improvement, but a bit in every sector.
Yeah, we're seeing a few drivers improve now. Very tight at the top now. 0.2 separating the top 4.
And a lot of teams back to the pits as well. You can see that P next to many of the names indicating that. Delta V Racing improving up to P10.
Yeah. Yeah, I suppose I don't usually favour the drafting quality, but I think at a track like this, if you're behind someone who's fast, then you're going to reap the rewards as long as you can just manage the dirty air. Long lap, so you can take this flat. Hard to tell if that was a compression or just a slight lift. Nice mixture of cars though. Audi, Vet, Lambo.
This is an alright, well, no, it is a good lap too, fair. 3 out of 4 personal best sectors for Shepherd so far. I think he'll go up at least 1 place. Yeah, he goes up a few. He goes up to P13 with that latest step up.
Yeah, I wouldn't think the Porsche would be in the dry at Spa.
And so that's the GTDs completed, and now it's time for the LMP2s, and of course they have the next 10 minutes, and they'll be the last 10 minutes for the GTPs. Which got last? We've got 11 LMP2s. We did have 1 team change to the LMP2s. Now, to be fair, they didn't take part in race 1, but they originally signed up as a GTD, and that is On Travers Racing, Nicholas Wagner driving that car, so very happy to have them in the LMP2 category.
Great car. Don't have to worry about the bop.
No.
Setups work from 3 years ago. Yeah, there's no draft in this car, but it's still good. Really good.
I remember before the LMP2 was added, and I mean we had the HBD as well, but it doesn't really count as the same thing. Like, an LMP2 was the most clamoured for car, maybe ever, I think, that I can remember. I can't remember a category of car, or even an individual car, which has been more asked for than an LMP2 back in sort of 2019 before it was added.
Yeah, good point. I mean, the LMDH got a lot of hype, but its launch wasn't great.
There wasn't that long wait, I think, before we got one. With the LMP2s, there was such a long wait between the HPD, which was out of date for like 5 years.
It was replacing essentially the HPDs, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And the HPDs were 5 years out of date, so there was such a long period of time where we needed a closed cockpit.
When this car came out, though, the suspension was awful. I remember lapping Imola having to just practically avoid the curbs.
Sure, yeah.
But it's definitely improved over time. I love this car. I think it would be my favourite car if we just got a trickle of draft. Because all you really get is dirty air when you're 3/10 up.
Sure. Got some racing in this car as well on Sunday in the Racing Unleashed Racer League Challenge.
So PJ's downstairs, right?
PJ's downstairs. Oh, he hooked up his webcam?
Yeah, quite literally down below us.
So yeah, PJ Clayson's is visiting the UK for the weekend. And he is at the Apex Racing Sim Centre right now. So we're upstairs in the broadcasting studio, but downstairs we have 8 rigs which can be driven by members of the public. We also have our esports rigs as well for our professional drivers.
All you got to do is qualify for PESC or Rennsport to drive one of them.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, easy.
Although I've subbed in. I have driven them once or twice when others' rigs have not been available. It doesn't make you go faster, unfortunately. It is actually talent, the reason why they're fast, not the rigs.
I have done a lap in one of those rigs.
Yeah.
Yeah, quite a lap it was in sport.
But yeah, do check out apexracingsim.com if you want to rent one of our rigs. We are based in Corby. I appreciate for many of our viewers that's not feasible. But if you are in the Midlands in the UK, then yeah, do come down.
Yeah, and the stewards will go lenient you if you're here at the Sim Centre.
Oh, yeah, that goes without saying.
It just won't even, they won't even look at it.
FX Simulations Championship leaders, top of the
Delatraz
standings right now.
second. That was the sort of the running order from the race last time.
It was, yeah.
Wait, we've got 2 Delatraz teams, was that?
Yeah, Delatraz Automotive and Delatraz Majors. I think it was the automotive team who pushed them hard last time out, if I recall correctly, but I could be wrong on that. Alexander Delatraz, who of course won with Delatraz at Le Mans last season in the Endurance Championship. That was their only win, but it was a very dominant win, the way that they got it.
See Busby's cooking, absolutely cooking. Really nice lap of 2:02.3. Yeah, that's quite a comfortable margin, especially at this level with these I ratings.
Yeah, Dawson setting that lap to go pole position. This is another livery that I do really like, and of course we do need to, you know, properly concrete these livery choices, and we only need to do so in round 6. But it is good to keep these in mind. I do really like this livery for Alcantech.
This and the Simify have that tigery look about them.
Yeah. Safari look.
Yeah, exactly. We told Effect what to do to help boost their ratings. Tick a bit of orange on, goes a long way with half of the judges.
If you basically what we're saying, if you dress your car up like a tiger, you're won. Like
it's easy.
Take your prize today.
Oh yeah. Hey Chris in chat. Yeah, Andy's showing his pace here.
So half of Dawson across the line. He goes to P8 for now, but it's a lot closer than it was in the GTDs. I mean, 9/10 off in the GTDs will put you up in the top 5, I think. But yeah, in this one, the whole field separated by 1.2 seconds. Still Jeff Lewis for Delta Sport. Good to see Delta Sport out there, and good to see Jeff Lewis. He'll be taking his debut race in the series tonight, and he is doing qualifying for that team.
Yep, as Robin's trying to get a fast lap in. So he is setting everything up. Good idea doing this at Spa, as long as you don't let rip on the rears. The Delatraz team is working together, looks like it.
Yeah, I think this is... They're just lining it up at the moment.
Yeah,
I'm not sure who that other team is.
Good
I
place
think
to
it's
perch.
Hyperion Esports who are at the back of this trio.
Yeah, very good place to put yourself is behind teammates. I used to do this with Freddie and Paul at the Apex ones. I would just, because they would always work together, and I would just follow.
Sure.
Like, okay, you guys have probably got a strat and loads of lines worked out, and I'm just going to follow you. If you do double outlap, I'm doing double outlap. Let's go. That's my strategy.
Chris Chadson supporting the Delatraz livery. I think, Chris, you are right. I think the Delatraz livery is good. The only issue I have with the Delatraz livery is that we did have it last season, and I've seen it in many other championships as well. It's fairly similar in the GTD Trophy, and I've seen it in prototypes as well. So if they do something a little bit new with it, then it might go up in my estimations.
Oh, as Andrew looked like he had some internet issues there.
Yeah, he's blinking a bit. Do you think it will reduce our luck or increase our luck if we mention the DDoS?
It's too late now you've mentioned it. I think once the session's going, you're probably okay.
I mean, it's a long race though, so not counting my chickens. Paul Busby, we have updated our livery for you, Sam. Oh, thank you, Paul.
Let's see. Well, he's blinking like mad.
Yeah, we can't see it at the moment. Well, it's not a tiger. Oh, it's very glossy though.
Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, Andy's not doing you a whole lot of good right now, Paul, with this. But no, I'm looking at that.
Wait, I like the orange and
nice.
blue. Is it orange or blue or red and blue? It's hard to see on that screen. Because this screen, we use a few screens, but this one on the left I know is notorious for blowing out colours. But we like it like that.
Alpha Esports, by the way, just moved up into P4. That's the end of their qualifying.
Yeah, nice lap. I had some blinking issues actually at Brands this week. Just one out. You know, I race a lot, and just one race, I kept seeing a green abnormal lap pop up like lots during the race, and then one person came on the radio who I know, who knows me, and mentioned my blinking, and then I got wiped out in T1, and managed to recover it, not lose, well, I only lost position to the guy who hit me. And at the end of the race, he apologised, saying, "Look, dude, I did not know where you were blinking that bad." So just rebooted the computer and everything was fine.
Makes sense now that why you're moving house. You just thought,
well, no, my other...
not very good connection here. Let's pack up and...
my streaming PC was fine.
Sure.
And I didn't restart my internet. I'm not sure what it was. I just put it down to connection. Yeah, if I ever blink, I move house. It's the iRacing way, right? It's all about iRating and internet numbers.
Yeah.
Can't risk it, can I?
Oh, no.
This house has let me down.
Better,
yeah.
Let's burn it.
And move.
Move away.
Red and blue. Yeah, it looks nice, Paul.
The Delachaz cars, well, the other one Delachaz car is backed out. The other Delachaz car has got 2 personal best sectors out of 4. This could be an improvement. Could even be pole position for Major's Garage. They come up to the line and it is pole. And look at that, by a decent margin. Nearly quarter of a second. That is an excellent lap there from Thomas Imborg. Maybe had a draft from his teammate, but it's not going to give you a whole lot of advantage, that. But he was following him, so if that was the strat, then it was a very good one. Alcantech NHL were a little bit out of sync with these laps. They do improve, but only for 8th, which is where they were before. And Nicholas Wagner for Traverse Racing on their first race of the season, and it's not an improvement late on for them.
Yep, Delta Esports coming round, so we'll be getting the LMDHs out soon.
This will be an improvement for Delta Sport. I don't think it will make them up any places. Getting pretty close, but yeah, it is just P11 for them.
Andy's really suffering. Might be worth him, if Paul's listening, just doing a quick reboot before the start of the race. He's got plenty of time, right? 9 minutes.
Just when the DDoS comes. Can't get
No, I just did a DDoS refresh. We're all good. Green, green, green. Yeah, I mean, if he's blinking like that, his chances of being hit are huge. That's the problem. He's just not there enough.
Some personal best sectors on that last lap for Andy, but it wasn't an overall improvement. I think 3 personal bests out of 5, but yeah, it wasn't enough. And here comes the GTPs, already gone out on circuit, and they are now starting their first timed laps. And a reminder that the Acura has been bopped since the last round, not by us, but by iRacing, and so it might be slightly less competitive, but I think Movano probably established themselves as the 2 most competitive teams, and I think whatever car you put them in, they're probably going to be near the front. So still probably an Acura pole, but maybe might be more competitive.
Yeah, indeed. I still think the Acura is going to be strong. It's still great on fuel. It's still good on downforce. Yeah, it might be a little bit slower now, but overall, for a 3-hour race, it's still probably a good choice, even though I hate it. Yeah, Movano very strong. So they added the MSS. What was it before?
It was something Movano red blue. I can't remember what the it was.
Oh,
it was a proper word.
So they've even changed the red to Rosso now.
Yes. And Azzurro is blue because everyone knew that Azzurro was blue in Italian. Not needing to mess around with any draft or anything for Lloyd. He is going to go 100% by himself, but he has just gone beyond track limits, so he will need to tow back, and it looks like there's been a similar mistake for Team Racing Black. Now, they are the team who moved from the Acura
and
to the Cadillac. And another one now.
What's the X limit for this race, Sam?
40.
Wait, you've upped it?
No, it's always 40. For this series. Well, for the other series, it's 20.
40 for 3 hours at Spa. You may not ever do rain, Sam, but I love your off tracks, mate. Paul is confirming that Andy is rebooting everything. Everything. Turn it off. Turn it all off.
So with so many invalidated lap times, it's unsure who's going to go pole. I think Azzurro are just coming to line with Movano Azzurro. They will probably go top. Abruzzi for now, Absolute Motorsport, sorry, for then at the moment. But yeah, Movano Azzurro do go to the top.
Azzurro. It's a long translation for blue, right?
Sure. Yeah. I'm trying to think, do we have any long colours? Yellow. Let us know what yellow is in Italian. if that's abbreviated.
Yellow only.
We're pretty efficient with our colours. Don't want to boast.
Are we?
I think so. Red, blue, they're all short words, right?
I've never really stopped to think about this. Hang on, we're all
Well, this is the first time for me, honestly.
magenta, violet.
I mean, I think, yeah.
There's probably a long colour name I'll burst out in about 2 hours. I'll just say it really loud.
Sure.
Mid-race, mid-overtake. It will come to me.
Oh, light blue in Italian. Well, technically it is shorter than light blue is a 0, so maybe they have one actually on that front. Krosny for Nürburgring Esports. Carousel.
Nice livery.
And he's just starting a lap on that one. Only half the GTPs have set times so far. These guys are on an outlap, as you can see by that line.
It's a nice camera angle.
Absolute Motorsport Acelith Camus. Go up to P7 now.
So what my GTP pick for the season was Azuro. I think I picked blue, right? Wait, no, who finished? No, I picked red. I'm confused now. Who won the race last week?
Red.
So I picked blue. Okay.
Sure.
So Azuro.
Fantastic to have Fraser Williamson watching along. Hopefully you're enjoying Fraser. It would be awesome to see you up there, particularly in the P2. I remember our Daytona Prix type days. So yeah, it'd be fun to see you in a similar car in the future in this series. Rob Sutherland as well, former Apex Racing League GT Trophy Americas champion, I think.
That's a mouthful.
Yeah, it was back in 2020, I think, as well. Maybe 2019. But good to see you around as well, Rob. Asking for any 4-syllable colours. We haven't thought of any yet, Rob, but keep thinking. Pushing the limits there, Archie Coveney, but getting away with it, it looked like.
Did we change the name of the team name? It was like 13 syllables.
So that may have been the admin's fault, where I think the team in question said, can we change from this name to this name? And the stupid admin decided to copy both names. So I think last time it was like Orbit Drop Bear Motorsports 2 Orbit X DBM Jupiter, something like that. So apologies for that on behalf of the admins.
Admins. Easy mistake to make.
Yeah. I mean, it's not that easy to make, but thank you.
I'm not sure about their logo. I feel like even asking ChatGTP for something would have done.
Well, it's a combination of
Yeah, no, I
Drop
definitely.
Bear
Yeah,
and
I see that. Yeah,
well, they go
it's-
P5, so that's good for them. Do you not like? What didn't you like about it?
the minimum standard. The minimum standard used to be Microsoft Paint. Now it's AI, so the minimum standard is now high. Like if you write a poorly worded application form, it's quite bad.
Well,
now.
Jack Stiles is watching this, who is the head of Orbit. So Jack, please feel free to criticise
I'm
the
inspiring
Samsung
him.
logo
No, I'm inspiring him.
to do better. Wow.
Yeah, I'm inspiring him. Never settle.
Let us know if you feel inspired, Jack. Melguera, currently P8 for PS competition. I think they'll improve with this one. But I would be wrong.
That's a nice looking livery, that white and purple one. Keep an eye on that. I don't remember his name last time. Securo Esports?
Yeah, I think they were around. But maybe they had an issue. Dan Jukea in that car, the Romanian.
Yeah, it's a nice word. I mean, that's not great on an A to Z list because you're always last, but it's good. Yeah, I've seen Dan Chuka's name a lot before in the past, so he's obviously quick. Or a menace. You only remember quick people or menace, right? That's
Sure.
it.
Oh, yeah.
So if
He
I see
cares
them and
about
they're
the
slow, I'm
good
like, oh.
drivers.
Yeah, exactly.
So Jukea, with a lot of concentration on his face, exits the final corner. And he'll try to get a little bit further inside that top 10. He does improve, but it is still P10. Joki Motorsport, I don't think we mentioned that, but they did casually go to first position. So credit to them. Ahead of Azuro. This is good competitiveness. It is a Porsche on pole position, it is Porsche, Acura, Porsche, Acura.
So here we go. Marcus Hamilton, very quick driver. Let's see what he can deliver.
This will be his last attempt. They can complete the lap that they start.
Yeah, so let's keep an eye on this lap. He's a very quick dude. Jack Styles has replied, to be honest, anything AI produces I hate, so I'll stick with what we have. I agree. AI with minimal inputs looks so generic as much as anything else looks generic, so yeah, you're correct.
And Liam Slipdith's asking, is Nick Horn in this split? Unfortunately not.
Not
I'm
racing,
not sure. There is a minimum I rating of 1,400. Nick is above that. I think he's like 1,600. But we would like to see Nick out there. But unfortunately, his Porsche Cup car is not in this series, so he would need to pick up another car. So who else is on a lap? Of course, Marcus Hamilton, I think, will be one of the last drivers across the line. In fact, actually behind him, Archie Coveney for RD Simsport and Harrison Lilas for Orbit DBM Jupiter. They are both behind him on track. So we are going to see some very late efforts well after the check flag.
That's Wesley in chat. That's Marcus's teammate, I believe. I get confused with the Movano teams now. They've renamed themselves.
And I think Fraser as well is associated as well, saying that he's letting the young drivers like Marcus have a go. I'm sure Fraser would be up there though. Over 7k iRacing is crazy. Marcus, by the way, 8,700 iRacing. This is a decent time. 2 personal best sectors, 2 non-personal best sectors. It will be close to pole position.
And I wish Spa 24 was multi-class.
Here we go then. Will it be enough for pole? It is not even an improvement. I'm surprised. I don't think he picked up a 1x, but it was 3 non-personal best sectors and 2 personal bests. So a few changes right at the end there. I was anticipating maybe some seismic adjustments, but that did not come to fruition. And that is the end of qualifying.
Let's go. Ready to go. Yeah, where's he confirming he'll be driving Marcus? All right, good luck, mate.
And of course, a quick shout out as well to one of our sponsors, Apex Racing Academy, because Apex Racing Academy have got Spa 24 setups available for free. All you need to do is go to apexracingac.com/Spa 2024. And you just go to that page and then put your email in, and then you'll get emailed the setups for Spa 24 designed specifically for the event. And yeah, they can potentially get you those extra few tenths of a second that you need. And if you're just struggling to develop a set, there's pretty much nothing you can lose by just checking it out. And also there's a track guide as well for the circuit by Jamie Fluke, which you can check out as well, that you'll get emailed. So do check out apexracingac.com in order to register for that. I know lots of people have already.
Yes, indeed. Yeah, it's a great deal, great event.
So let's have a look then at the starting order. It's Justin Alonso for Cherokee Motorsport GTP on pole position. Then it's MSS Mivano Azzurro. Nürburgring Esports Carousel in third. Then it's MSS Mivano Rosso, the championship leaders, in fourth. Orbit X DBM Jupiter, really good qualifying for them. Big upselling pace. You can see that up there in fifth. Then it's Absolute Motorsport Acelith GTP, Blackout OPR GTP, PS Competition 172, RD Simsport, Zekril Esports, Team Racing Black, who have transferred from the Acura to the Cadillac, Fast Repair Motorsport GTP, Absolute Motorsport Acelith, Camus, and Delta V Racing, the 14 cars. Then it is Delchaz Automotive by Majors Garage on pole in the LMP2s. Then it's Effect Simulations, Delchaz Automotive, Alpha Esports, Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim, Hyperion Esports, Fiercely Forward Purple, Alcantech NHR, On Traverse Racing, Team 11, and Delta Sport rounding out the 11 teams. Then in the top of the GTDs is Door Esports. Then it is Absolute Motorsport Acelith, Simify Esports, Impulse Racing, Fiercely Forward Pink, Team Racing Purple, Delachaz Automotive, Instinct Racing 321, Melanzani Racing, Delta V Racing, Team Red X Sim Sports, Team Red X Sim Sports 8. It's Blackout OPR GT3, Firebird, German Sim Racing Orange, Orbit X DBM Mars, Vortex Precision Racing, Abruzzi Color Shock Racing, Orion Race Team, Delta V Racing by Keyshop, and there it is, Plain Ducks, Instinct Racing, and Incompetent Racing Team. And this week, David, I did manage to get through all the teams.
And it's white flag. Sorry.
That's the only I won't go through it in the results if people are concerned. I won't waste everyone's time, Dave. But it's nice to mention everyone's names at some point in the broadcast.
Yeah, 100%. Let's get going. Short grid. Love to see it.
Yes. Yeah, unfortunately, you can't do the full formation lap on this circuit. It is only the short formation one. And of course, there should be about 15 seconds between the classes. And the drivers have been instructed they must leave, or they can't launch until after the start line. No, sorry, after the finish line or before the start line. There's about 100 meters, maybe not 100 meters, maybe 80 meters or so, which they can launch, and you'll see the two lines on the track. It's up to the pole sitter to choose when to go, and then everyone else in their class can launch after that. So he's got to hold it a little bit longer, does Cherokee Motorsport, and you'll just see the line coming up there. And now we can launch, and there's a little bit of contact between a couple of the teams. Our pole sitters have got away well, however, and we'll see how they negotiate the source this first time round.
P2 was absolutely napping. For some reason I said effect because of the white and blue, but this is LMDH, of course, which they're not in. As long as this all goes single file, then we're not going to have any instance.
Have they got damage? I don't think that's staying straight. And into the wall. That was Orbit DBM. Jupiter had such a good qualifying, but I think they may have got away with that somehow. They will continue on.
Yeah, we'll get a replay of that, see if it happened in his own, as the LMP2s are rounding the start.
Big gap the LMP2s have left. I'm not exactly complaining, but there's the finish line, and now they can start launching. Up to the pole sitter, though. He did leave it a long time, and now they are away.
Effective lost out, but they've crossed back over. They may be able to get to P2 here on the exit, which they have. It looks like the team game might have played off there. I am assuming 1 and 3 are teammates, and they told them when they were going, because, yeah, Andy was almost looked like he was napping there, which he never does. Looks like, oh, no, someone's in the wall. That looked like, yeah, that's permadeath.
I think that may have been Hyperion Esports who went off into the wall. There goes the GTDs meanwhile.
3 wide.
Door Esports currently ahead in that fight, and there is a car off. Have they reached the wall? They have smacked it. That's Team Red X Sim Sports 813 who have gone into the wall in the GTD category.
Looked like quite a lot of speed they were carrying, so I'm not sure what happened there. They obviously clipped and lost the rear on entry. Definitely looked like the LMP2 team was caught out by cold tyres, but we'll get a replay of all the major starting accidents just to see what caused them. But yeah, I'm hoping you're right. I hope the GTP team did get through okay damage-wise. Probably some screaming hot tyres, but as we're going too wide, got on the curb, should be okay here. Lambo should be able to keep around the outside and then have the left for the other corner. Which he... Oh, no, he hasn't got the traction. He's going to get cut. Yeah, no. Not quite the traction yet on... How much fuel they got? Was it limited to?
90% in the GT3s.
So it's still heavy. Hey, AMS in chat, thank you very much. Oh, yeah, 3 wide.
That is Instinct Racing 321, and he's lost his rear wing.
Yeah, he was in the middle of that, and... Oh, careful. Shame. Yeah, 3 wide.
So in the GTPs then, top 4 still the same. LMP2s, just that teamwork from Delachaz Automotive to get ahead of Effect Simulations. And in the GTDs, top 2 the same. It's Fiercely Forward Pink up 2 positions, however, from their race start.
John and Tats asking the trap tent. Yeah, our broadcaster put it up the second you asked, over on the right-hand side there.
Yeah, 23 degrees track, 21 air.
Nice and cold.
And it will be getting colder as well. The race goes on. It will be ending pretty much at night. All this around the championship.
Yeah, look at that. Gorgeous camera angle. Obviously, I get it's a little bit GT7, but yeah, for us iRacers, it's different. What's different? GTD and GTP. GTD is GT3, GTP is LMDH. So GTP is the fastest class, GTD is the slowest. They're like road-going cars.
Here comes RD Simsports. A lot of speed carried on the outside there. I think they're going to be clear. It was a mega start for Fast Repair Motorsport. Before that move, they're up 4 places from their race start. They've lost 1 of them now, and RD Simsports are up 1 themselves, albeit I think that's mainly because Orbit DPM went off the circuit at Eau Rouge. Simify Esports and Impulse batting for P4, by the way. You can see the GTPs are going to be lapping the GTDs very quick. There was a colossal gap left between the GTP and the LMP2 cars, and it has caused a lot of field spread in these early stages.
Has indeed. And unfortunately, Chris in chat has got that the wrong way round. He meant well. I'm sure he meant the other way around.
I mean, it wouldn't be an issue if they were actually named distinctively, but no.
Yeah, so the GTP classification is a throwback from many years ago where it used to run. And obviously it just encompasses the LMH and the LMDH, which we don't have to really deal with on the IMSA side, but that will be changing, I think, in the future. Which will be great. Still looking very tight in GTD.
I've got 2 drivers back in the pits at the moment, by the way. In fact, actually one of them I think is pulled away, so Hyperion Esports had to tow earlier on. They're back out on circuit though. The only other one with issues is Team Redex Simsport, Miguel Beltran, who started in 11th place in class.
And
he's also had issues.
I think I just saw Delta V drop in quite fast in GTD. Looks like they've recovered now, but looks like they lost a couple of positions just then. Maybe I saw it wrong, but I think they just lost 2 positions. But it could have been a slowdown.
Door Esports under pressure in these early stages. Oh, there's been a change though for P3 as well in GTP.
Yeah, Never Esports.
Yeah, Never Esports. Or maybe they were just hanging on actually. I think they were always ahead, but maybe there was a slight change for a moment. But yeah, we did see it move up and down slightly. Still top 4 in that class the same. It's PS competition. The big gain is up 2. Delta V up 3 places. They're now in 11th. But yeah, got to deal with the traffic now. And of course, you back off. This is smart driving from the car ahead of us.
Yes.
Backing off at the start of Eau Rouge so you can accelerate up it. Oh, and there's been a change for the GTD lead as well. Absolute Motorsport 8th list GTD have got ahead of Door Esports. They were very close beforehand. Looked like they might go for a move. And that is what they've done.
Yeah, maybe an opportunistic move through all this traffic, but a great job. Well, they may not even met the traffic yet. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think just too quick. I mean, they were so close at the end of the previous lap, and they've just bolted.
In a Corvette. No, I mean, it reminds me of the Audi. It actually surprised me quite a lot of brands this week, but yeah, still not my cup of tea, even though I loved the GTE.
Next challenge now for Absolute Motorsport will be to try to make a gap. It's all well and good being ahead, but if you're giving the car behind a draft, then you're only disadvantaging yourself. But the pace that he seems to have at the moment, Ricardo, looks very, very ominous. Threading the needle.
Yeah, I don't think he's going to be able to get anything done, though.
Well, if he can, it would be one of the moves of the race, and nice. I think he is going to pull it off. Well, I think that should be in contention for the Abruzzi prizes for best overtake of the season. Oh, and now he's having to hold back, but that was good. Good driving for there from Never Esports to have the vision that the car ahead was going to have to slow.
Yeah, the Rossi team just didn't time that quite perfectly, but it can be difficult. This is the first time through on the closing speeds. It's always nice to get yourself dialed in now, once you've experienced the closing speeds there. Oh, are we going to see a move made here in the bus stop? Yes, he's going in deep, very, very deep. And he gets it stopped, and very, very close on exit. don't think he got it done. Wow, that was so close on exit. They were touching.
So we've now got pretty much the entirety of 2 classes on the same short straight.
All well done so far.
Oh,
Wow.
Well, one of the cars ahead. I think that's Nürburgring Esports cars absolutely slaloming on the run down to Eau Rouge. So important that you do get clear before Eau Rouge, because this is the one place, well, there's many places on track that you do not want to have to overtake.
Yeah, we're going to see him change positions here, because when you catch traffic up Eau Rouge, it can, ooh, it can cause a lot, a lot of shuffling. Looks like he's going to go for this around the outside. The ring doors, he is going to go for it. There's a GT3 in front of them. There's nowhere he's going to go. No. Yeah, where's he going to go?
Couldn't quite get clear. If he was more clear of that other GTP, he could have swiped to the right, but he was never quite clear. Archie Coveney will be next 3.
Oh, that's brilliant. Opportunistic stuff, but they're taking off tracks. I can see the off tracks, and there's only 40 in 3 hours. They're going to feel that. But great start to the race.
Yeah, very, very intense. I don't think we quite had this level of intensity back at Silverstone. Maybe a couple of times in the early stages, but yeah, this is very tight racing. But still, just the one. Well, Team Red X, I think they will be getting back out on circuit because they have had a driver change. Nick Jerkovic set to enter that car. They do get a faster pair, they do, these teams, so they should be able to get back out quick. But something is holding up that team.
Yes, indeed. Team of the white livery. So
absolutely haven't really dropped so far. It's still staying very competitive, and in this battle, if these 2 remain this close, then you're going to want to be the second place car really in this first turn.
yeah, you also get cut through traffic in second, less to worry about. As we've seen, Cherokee's gap 2.6 seconds to both Nirvana cars. Yeah. Very impressive. Obviously, we can't rule out the Nürburgring Esports team, but they're just a step back at the moment from the Varno team.
And Mivano, their performance last time was ominous, but I think their post-race interview was even more ominous because they were basically saying, "Oh well, we weren't pushing.
Yeah,
we were sort of just setting the pace because they were way clear in qualifying, like half a second clear in qualifying, and then it just seemed like they could just cruise out in the lead, weren't needing to push. Tonight they are going to have to push. The Rosso team has done a good job at going from 4th to 3rd so far in this race. That's a little bit of a late move there from Absolute Motorsport Ace. They need to be careful about that one. And they are unfailing still to drop the P2 drivers. I think that's Cherokee just behind us, about to overtake.
Yep, he'll get both cars. Ooh, the Absolute Ace was defending the inside there.
I am wrong. That's another GCP who was overtaking. I think that was Zekarol Esports.
What a camera angle.
We do have good camera angles for all the cars.
All right, awesome. We've got some replays coming in. Oh,
yeah. So I think some of the drivers took it as, let's go on the... Yeah, that caddy went too early. So that was Orbit. Oh, and so this is why they lost the car, because they had so much steering damage before.
So they were hit in the rear before it went green.
Yes, but they launched, I think, which caused the team behind them to launch.
Oh.
And that was a big gap. That was for Hyperion then.
Yeah, I think they were obviously...
So we don't think any contact there.
Oh, that's a weird incident. Let's look at the onboard. Oh, okay, so yeah, it was already gone. It was already gone. We're looking at the wrong part. Yeah, it's at the top of the hill. Oh.
Instincts, I think, lost their rear wing from this incident.
I mean, the car on the left just was not aware he was 3 wide. And GTP starts.
After a little bit of contact already before this, I think, so where did Drop Bear... so Drop Bear did have to take a pit stop. They're now not too far behind, though. I think they're about 40 seconds off. So not the end of the world for them. It might make it a bit easier for fuel as well later on if that does become a question. Of course, this was the LMP2 start. So Delachaz were pretty much clear already. They absolutely nailed that launch. Really good choreography from the pair of them, and they have kept those top 2 positions since. So starting first and third.
Wesley and chat, there's no way you're complaining about the Acura and a bop. let the Porsche and Caddy thrive. GTD start. This went pretty well. We did lose a team here at T1. I believe it was a Porsche.
Yes. So it was Red X.
Oh, it looks like he opened the wheel and clipped the front of the car. I think.
Red X, I think, are out of the race, unfortunately. I don't know why. They did have a faster pair they could take, but I think they've quit out the server, unfortunately.
Okay, we'll see. We'll take a look at the replay. Okay, the Red X incident. Oh.
Not really anyone's fault, that.
No,
If it's anyone's fault, maybe the inside car, but obviously, like, the inside car sort of pushed them a bit, but obviously they didn't know that there was a car on the outside. Stewards will be looking at all that stuff. They'll be looking at the race 1 instance, or lap 1 instance, sorry, as well as any pre-test instance, of which there are 3 so far.
and they pop up on screen, right?
They will do. And we've already got a couple of post-race penalties. They will pop up on screen, to be fair, I think.
Post-race penalties
I can
for this
say
race.
that Fast Repair Motorsport and Zekril Esports have both got 5-second post-race penalties.
What, for start procedures?
Yes, I believe so.
Going before going, I assume.
103 tries to jump the start, runs into the 110, otherwise would have made significant gains. 110 makes an attempted time and jump the start, gains positions due to this.
Yeah, gaming the start is not on. Not in multi-class, where you build a gap in front and you do all that. Cool. Mustang looks big from the prototype's eyes. Mustang does look big. Actually, when I was driving in the LMP2, where on earth was I? Something recently. The Mustangs just surprised me how big their butt looks. Wow, Cherokee really flexing that advantage at the moment. 3 seconds.
Yeah, they've done really well through traffic. Really well. Tyson Broad asking, are there any ponies in the race? I don't think so. I think we do have a couple signed up maybe, but none of them in the race tonight.
Yeah, the pony is in Ford, right?
Oh, sorry, I was thinking Ferrari for some reason, but that's not a pony. But no, in terms of, yeah, Mustangs. Yeah, we've got a couple.
I think only one in this race, right? P14.
Yes. Oh, no, there's a 17 as well.
Ah, good eye.
Abruzzi colour shock. One of them. Morton Aigson, the 34 purple, got his webcam, you can see. And he's running in P6 at the moment. This LMP2 field, the smallest field that we have, but it looks like it's just as competitive as the other 2 classes. And they're now moving through the GTDs. I was looking at the results last time. I think the top LMP2s only finished 1 lap down on the GTPs last time out at Silverstone, which sort of demonstrates just how quick these cars are. The pace difference only 3 or 4 seconds around the circuit.
Yeah. Yeah, I love LMP2s around here. Actually, last time I raced here, was it this last season? Mr. Busby, who raced in Fett, was in a lot of my races. Very quick. The only time I beat him, his car was on fire. You know. I come out of a corner and I see a dead Paul.
Oh, no, we're all right. I mean, they're not exactly helping each other on the exit either.
Wait, the GTD's flashing that.
I don't think Aigson's particularly happy. I saw his eyes were very wide for a moment. There's Team Racing Purple making enemies.
Yeah, I mean, brother, you can breathe, you can lift. If in doubt.
I regularly been in races where my teammates have gone, watch out for car, whatever.
Yeah.
Like, they're absolute menaces. Even if you change driver, like, you still have the perception that the team
Correct.
is just the car is evil.
It gets pointed on the livery, yeah.
Yeah.
But we all have a race where everything goes wrong. For me, it was 2 years ago at Petit Le Mans. My one mistake in action, I don't know, 6 GT3s must have died. I just passed an LMP3 at GTD at the wrong time, just clipped him. I didn't even feel it from my wheel. It was my teammate that pointed it out, and he spun and wiped out a lot of the field. I was not loved that race, not loved.
Some good racing going on back here for actually Alpha Esports have just been overtaken by Scuderia Volpi by P1 Sim. Now he's got 4th place in LMP2. But Abruzzi Shock Racing Team came very close to a move as well there. But there is Robin Berge up to 4th position.
Yeah, Robin's plenty fast.
Now, yeah, 1 place gain from their race starts.
Effect hanging in there, but the Delatraz team seem to have really, they're working well together as well, hanging out in draft. Go to the inside. No. Just having a look, sizing it up, seeing what kind of gaps will be left.
Alpha Esports currently running in 5th position, being overtaken there. Alpha came on really strong at the end of last race. They saved a lot of fuel, and whilst that I don't think was necessarily the reason why they finished higher up, like it was just because they were very quick, like the fuel probably only saved them a few seconds. They did sort of come from a little while back to come back into play. Door Esports have moved back up into the race lead. Aldi now leads Corvette, and that is the 2nd change of position we've seen between these 2 cars in the first 20 minutes of this race.
Let's see if they're going to push and work together, or...
Well, whether it's deliberate or not, they are certainly pushing right now.
Yeah, but this is not pushing. And they do it just as the GTP is going to send it. Whoa. Wow, these boys want to fight it out. Interesting. Long race. Basically Ford only a 2nd odd back. I would think maybe they just want to team up just for a pit phase, build that gap, but no, they're going for it. They want this lead.
Will be an opportunity here, maybe? No, just a little bit too far back.
Another off track though.
Yep. 40 that they are limited to, remember?
And it might be a short pit stop here, but it's still, it's a massive impact on time. Huge.
Blackout OPR GTP maybe picking up a slowdown through Radeon. It is very possible, especially when you're dealing with the traffic, to pick up one of them.
Andy Dawson's not used to not leading. This is going to be uncharted waters for him. Let's see how he handles this P3 position. But yeah, I mean, the Delatraz team came to cook. They really did.
Yeah, it might be that teamwork as well, which is needed in order to take on effect simulations this season. Did not work out for Delatraz last time out. Certainly had the pace to contend for the win. They do get 1 job score though across the season. So as we've got another race for the lead, and this time it is round, and that is big contact, and they've got to go back to the pits. They can get that car turned. You can see they've got barely any drive. Other cars are having to take evasive
I don't see how they'd get to the pits.
Tow.
Yeah, I don't think they'd get to the pits.
Well, Absolute Mate Spot Ace, they were pushing it so hard, fighting for the lead against Door, and they have come off 2nd best, but it did seem a bit inevitable that one of them would have an incident like that. And then our P3 guys, Simify Esports, I think may have been the other team who got damage from that. Or was it Fiercely Forward Pink, maybe?
It was.
I think it is Fiercely Forward, but they're going very slowly now. Up Fiercely Forward, they've got to limp round to the pits. Like I said before, they do get a faster pair. You don't want to take it this early, and he is losing time in the meantime.
I am baffled though. We're 20 minutes in, and these pair were fighting like it's the GT3 fixed race. Fuel is going to come into this race. There's other teams. There's traffic. A lot of management. 3 wide. Yeah, I'm just baffled, a little baffled. It seemed like there was never any draft work, pushing, nothing. It was always gap send, gap send.
drive-through for the 305, causing a collision on lap 1 with the 321. So 305 and 321, they are... The 305 is Malanzani Racing. The 321 were Instinct Racing. Or are Instinct Racing. They haven't lost that title. So P7 in GTD basically getting a drive-through penalty soon.
And so what class is that you were saying? Is that the GTDs?
GTDs, yeah.
Oh, round the outside. Oh my. I mean, GTDs have to track out. It's physics. They practically use the off-track all lap, so trying to sneak around the outside there was, I'm not going to say dumb, because I still do it, but it's risky, especially in a long race like this. You're asking for trouble. You're asking, you know, it's easy to scream netcode and blame iRacing and post in the forums, but you're asking for trouble when you take a position where the GT3 is tracking out. Bit of a gap opening up between the Movano teams.
Yes.
Could just been a traffic
I mean, this is a better test, isn't it, than Silverstone in terms of how these Movano teams match up. Because, well, last time one of them was eliminated halfway through the race, or at least was put about half a lap down halfway through the race.
Wait, did Nürburgring Esports just lose a position in GTP?
I think you're right, yeah. Not having the best time at the moment, is that team.
Okay, some replays coming in. And
so
here we go. Now, obviously in isolation, this was a nothing thing.
I mean, it's a racing instant, isn't it?
Whoa!
And that's just the worst place you can hit the car.
I mean, from that angle, it looks like Fiercely Ford is using an iPad, but I assume it has happened a lot quicker.
You know what?
They are
the
close.
A-Sled car actually missed the apex slightly as well, I think. I think they would have wanted to be more on the curb. Yeah, they weren't even on the curb.
Yeah.
And Fiercely Forward couldn't really do anything about that, I think. I don't know. Maybe there's a couple of drivers who would have avoided that in the field, but I think you can expect them to avoid that.
No, agreed. On the second and third replay, definitely a lot closer than it looked on the first. In the first, it just looked like they came in later, but no.
Looks like Orbit have had an issue. We're now watching them. They just went down a few places, but it looks like that car is clean, which is the main thing. That Mars car, more competitive than what we saw them at Silverstone. And they did qualify a bit better, but yeah, that has undone some of their good work. Ooh, maybe they do have damage. He is a little bit all over the place now, is Daniel Taylor.
No, that's just Mustang.
Sure. Do you not think that Mustang suits Taylor then?
Mustang suits what?
Do you not think the Mustang suits Taylor?
Okay, all right. Suits Taylor. Very good. Porsche following closely here. A Porsche with top speed. Well, now I've seen everything.
I can't believe we haven't mentioned this so far. But it's Alonso versus Hamilton out in the lead.
Ain't no way. How did we...
Jan Simnacker pointing it out. He probably doesn't even have access to the driver names. You can check it out to be fair with the live timing link in the description. But yeah, sorry about that, guys. I mean, it's taken us 27 minutes. I don't know how we missed that.
I don't know how we missed that. That's embarrassing. Excellent spot. I saw the comment. I was just going to let it brew for a second while I thought about what was being asked. I thought, is he talking about the GTD battle being close? No, he meant literal.
Now I'm trying to wreck my brains. I might be silent for the next minute as I think of the last time it was a Hamilton Alonso 1-2 in Formula 1. So, but
well,
I think it might be 2007.
It must.
I don't think it's happened since then.
No, it can't have happened since the McLaren era. No, post McLaren.
But like it could have happened in 2012. But I don't think it did.
No, I don't think so. Freddie's asking how he can report with a...
I'm not sure what Freddie means with that. But yeah, just send the instant ready. If there's a misdemeanor, just fill out the protest form and the steward will have a look.
I wonder if Alonso is bitter. Oh, of course, Freddie is the fiercely forward pink car, right? They picked up all the damage.
Yes. Yeah,
that's a shame.
yeah.
Yeah, Freddie, that's fine. Just
Oh dear. Malanzani Racing, who I think had to serve a drive-through, I think. Maybe they already have done. No, they haven't yet. But now he's going to have to hit... Now he's going to have to go into the pits twice. Because he needs to send repairs.
I was wondering where he was going with that. Now he has to hit. I was like, oh, is Sam provoking revenge? Like, what?
He wants to take revenge. That's what the steward comes through. He's got one bit of karma.
Oof. Oh, yeah, that wall. We've all done it. All done it. Hello, Paul in chat. Yeah, it is horrible. I didn't even put 2 and 2 together that it was Freddie's team. I'm still getting used to him being on a different team. Yeah, it's a horrible incident. Nice livery this, the white and purple. Difficult to see on the screen because of the contrast. It makes it look very dark on the side, but it looks nice.
Yeah, still ranking P6. I've seen Racing back up 4 places already. They might be up 5 if they can continue this pace. We're expecting the LMP2s in around 10 minutes time. The GTPs, it'll be really interesting. If they can get to sort of the 43-minute mark, then we're going to assume that they're going to try to do the 3-stop. If they have to pit before 43 minutes, then it'll have to be a 4-stop for the GTPs. We're not quite sure which way will go, and then the GTDs will be able to go to about 50 minutes.
These Delatrez boys are cooking, but you cannot rule out Busby. And yeah, I mean, they've got such a strong team. They love Spa. You know, but these two are pairing up really well. I mean, they're going to wear out their light bulbs. Another off track. They're going to be feeling it. In 2 hours, they're all going to be feeling it. Okay, we've got some replays for you. Ooh.
That was all fine. So I say, well, yeah. Did hit the wall. Oh.
Wow.
Nice.
Oh, so this is what we saw.
Good move. Good
Yeah,
move.
very, very nice. They had the overspeed as well. Yeah, that looked like wheel failure. I'm not sure. Let's see. Yep. Yeah, wheel failure. His wheels flailing. Is that the word? Flailing
Yeah,
left and
I'd
right
say
with
so.
no power, no left turn. He didn't seem to be bothered that there's a wall coming up, so I'm assuming wheel failure.
How many off-track are there till you get a penalty? 40, Jan. And then you get a drive-through, and then for every 10 after that, you get another drive-through.
Hello, Josh in chat. Hope you're well, mate. Whoa, Andy's in after 32 minutes. Yikes.
Oh, no.
Well, they can. I assume they can still make this work. I'm not sure.
Yeah. Should be all right. Should be all right.
Because what's about 40 minutes in an LMP2, isn't it? If I remember right.
Yeah, about 40 minutes. So they need to average...
It's not limited, right? That car.
What's maths? No limit, no.
Yeah.
So if they're going to do the 4-stop, it's what, 40... No, so they don't even need to make the 40, do they? I think it's about 37.5 minutes you have to average in the LMP2. So if they can make a couple of 40-minute stints later on, they can make up that deficit on fuel.
Gotcha. Yeah. Yeah, it's maybe just his connection then. Which is fine in a sprint race, but in a multi-class race, he knows that it's a huge problem. You go to make a move, you disappear. The GT3 is not really sure what to do. It doesn't inspire confidence. Team racing back. And yes, I will say it like that. They're the ones that added a Y.
Yeah, if anyone is from Team Racing, please do explain. Is it someone who's called Ray who's part of the team, or are you a fan of Stingrays?
No, I want to talk about Nürburgring esports.
Sure.
Esports.
I don't think that's not a typo. All the drivers have spots like that. Maybe, I think maybe they're onto something. Maybe give it 10 years. And we'll start spelling esports like that. Maybe that's the future of it. Maybe the English language just needs to get rid of vowels and just go all consonants. Maybe they're a waste of time. I'm not sure.
Yeah, maybe. So, was it who went back out for?
Good points. Dawson is still in the car, so it wasn't down to the connection, I guess. Then it was down to fresh tyres or something. Maybe they want to get rid of those tyres in the first stint.
I'm not sure. Low fuel in these cars is fast, so it must be out of fuel. He wouldn't.
I mean, maybe they were coming up to lap the GTDs again.
Yeah, but imagine that at this point in the phase, I imagine there's cars everywhere. Like, he's not going to come out to an empty put at the track.
Well, maybe if we could get footage of him, just for like a moment, just to check that he hasn't casually found the Sahara out here in Spa.
Ain't no way.
No, he's in traffic. So,
yeah. So these LMP2s, one thing about them is they're very fuel sensitive. They get very quick on. Whoa. They get very quick on low fuel. So Andy wouldn't have pitted with 6-7 laps of fuel in the tank.
Paul Busby going off strat. Hashtag Toto Buzz.
So they started with less fuel, but then I'm going to think. I'm going to brew on it.
Sure. Well, do you want to be on it for the next 2 hours, 25 minutes till the race ends, and then say whether it was a good or bad decision? I think
well, good or bad's out the window because it looked like the Delatrise boys were cooking. So I think this was a premeditated decision, not a post-meditated. But I'm not sure. I'm not sure. I haven't decided what they did yet.
Good battle going on right now. Fiercely Forward Pink, who got set back earlier on, would have been second place. They were the third place team, weren't they? But they had to take repairs. And I'm trying to think, will they get away? So they pitted on lap 25 minutes in, didn't they? So they can pit again on 1 hour 15. Oh man, they might need to fuel save. So they might get away with only doing 2 more pit stops. Or they might be unlucky and have to do 3 more pit stops. That could be significant. But then it is quite a short pit lane here, so like it's not as imperative to save fuel as it would be other places.
All right, I've finished formulating.
Okay, good or bad? One word answer.
Good. They've pitted to balance themselves out to get 3 tyres on every pit stop. That's what I'm guessing.
Sure.
Whereas they don't want to leave themselves a situation where they're pitting near the end with X amount of laps of fuel, but also having to put on scrubs, like leave the tyres on. So that's my guess. I don't know.
GTPs are, well, 2 of the GTPs are in. This is interesting because this very much indicates that the GTPs are going to have to go. Oh, he's pretty much out of fuel, isn't he? Or is he gear changing? I'm not sure. Maybe it was just the limiter. Yeah, so this very much indicates that the GTPs are going to have to do a 4-stop tonight. Last time they were able to do a 3-stop at Silverstone, but the fuel consumption is too high here. They're going to have to do a 4-stop.
Actually, yeah.
Only one it was just a GTP and a LMP2, so it might not be conclusive evidence that that is the strat.
Freddie in chat saying, I think our race isn't fully over. That is excellent to hear. So suggesting that obviously they lost time on the in-lap, but it's not going to detriment their strategy enough to put them out of contention. So we could see them, what is Simify, 4 seconds off? All depends how much they lost on that in-lap with damage. But no, that's really good to hear. Let's go Fiercely Forward Pink.
Do let us know, Fiercely Forward, do you think you're going to need to take 2 more pit stops or 3 more pit stops? That's what I'm interested in, Freddie. I think it's 3, but yeah, it'd be good to get clarification. Ruggiero, in P10. This is quite the run, though. He's got to be careful, though, of the stream of prototypes which are coming to his left, or his right, sorry.
GTs don't have mirrors, they just pull out.
Sure. To be fair, you drive a lot of GTs.
Yeah,
so
I know.
No, but I'm saying you're not, as he goes for the maybe, or maybe it's P9, but you're not a privileged, like, prototype driver. Usually it's just prototype drivers who would say something like that, but you're balanced. You've seen both sides of
I have seen both
GTP
sides.
and GTD, and you're seemingly pinning it on the GTDs.
Yes. No, it is what it is. You always blame the other class. They're always the idiots. You're always right.
Sure.
I mean, no, it's tough for GTDs out there, for sure. So credit to them.
So we are getting to the territory now where the GTPs will be potentially pitting. If they pit on this lap, then GTPs will be on a 4-stop. If they can go one more beyond this, then the 3-stop might be possible. Anthony Malgrero for PS Competition. Up one place from his race start. In fact, actually, they overtook Blackout OPR earlier on. But they might undo that position now. The Kiwi behind him looking very, very quick.
For everyone asking about the effects team, they came in 4 laps earlier by the looks of it, about that. Because all the LMP2s are due in next lap.
Oh yeah, we've had a few of them in, as well as effect simulations also. Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim and Alcantech NHR. And now we have got the top 2 in the LMP2s. It's the Delachaz cars, and this will be interesting to see what the gap is like from Delachaz to Effect after their first pit stops.
Yes, indeed. Do you lift or send? I like this camera angle. Adds suspense. Amazing.
Or either of them come into the pits. It doesn't seem like we've got many of the GTPs coming in, so it does look like they are going to be saving to go for the 3-stop. Here comes the Delachaz cars. They are taking tyres. Effect Simulations, I don't think took tyres, so Delachaz might lose the lead here.
Oh wait, I didn't.
Effect are coming across the line, so Effect will lead, but
I didn't spot that. Good spot.
But they didn't take tyres, so oh no. Well, actually no, I don't think they will lead because they have to do turn 1. Yeah, Delachaz are still ahead, but they're in the middle of them. They've split them.
So the pit stop was what, 7 seconds quicker?
Maybe they did take tyres. Yeah, they surely did take tyres. It's 3 tyres, isn't it? But less fuel. I guess they already had some fuel in the tank still, didn't they? So they couldn't put a full tank in. So that's why it was shorter. Because they put 4 less laps of fuel in. Because they pitted 4 laps earlier.
Whoa. That was nice and tight.
Freddie's saying that we're only expecting 2 more stops. That's good. That's good news, Freddie. I'll get you back in play. Also, I'm not sure what the hashtag Bono Buzz means. Do you know what that is? I know. I assume Bono is like strategy from Mercedes.
Yeah.
Sure what the
then
buzz
they were talking
means.
about Toto Buzz, and they were talking about something to do with.
GTP leaders are in. Oh, I mean, this is. It was really close between Alonso and Hamilton. They are back together again.
Let's listen if there are any of them spluttering. No, it's good. The Movano team just running off the limiter though, gaining a little bit there.
So it was a 3.5 second gap. Alonso was able to close it down as Philip Kraft gets into the jerky car and Wesley Caspers gets into the Movano car. So that is surprising. We would have thought they'd half and half the driver times, but instead they want to change now.
Yep.
And I'm still not sure if they're on a 3-stop or 4-stop. 45 minutes is what you need to average in order to get the 3-stop. And, well, they haven't made it, but many others have. So it looks like we are on a 3-stop.
Philip Craft getting in the Cherokee car. He wasn't driving initially, was he? No. Yeah, so... Right, Alonso's been placed by Philip Craft and
Hamilton for Caspers.
Wesley Caspers, who was in chat earlier. Very quick driver. They're both very quick.
They've come out just in front of a lot of traffic. Got a little bit more of it to deal with, but they're all right.
Do you know that overlay there with the Philip Craft in the car? For some reason, when the camera angle showed the panned out, I actually thought there was a car sideways up Rouge. Only for a split second. Only for a split second. Yeah, I don't know why I got confused there. For some reason, I thought Philip Craft was LMP2. I had a bit of a moment there. So, Absolute Ace went a lap longer, right?
They've just got ahead. Have Cherokee and Azura are really close for the lead, basically, in the GTPs.
Yeah, 2/10.
For a moment, Movano and Azura were ahead. And look at Movano Rosso. These guys were like 2.5 seconds back. And I mentioned that they came out in front of some traffic, but clearly the little bit of traffic that they did have really held them up significantly. And it's meant our top 3 are all on top of one another now.
Yeah.
Might be good news for some of the other GTP cars as well, thinking that they might be able to make up.
Rosso's pit stop was 1.3 seconds quicker than the Azura and Cherokee. So yeah, these 3 are running right literally on top of each other. Cherokee, Movano, Azura and Rosso. Okay, yes, we got the others coming in. Absolute Macelift, Blackout, PS Competition and Team Racing Black and the other Acelift car. Zerical, they're all in. Expect them all to take tyres. This is going to be a feisty battle. GTP really heating up. Keep an eye on the pit stop times. Okay, wait, is Nürburgring Esports Carousel still out there?
Yeah, it's crazy. They went 2 laps longer than some teams, 1 lap longer than most.
Wow. It's a long lap as well. But yeah, good stint there from the Movano Rosso team. They've really brought themselves in it. The Cherokee and the 2 Movano teams are on top of each other. Let's check in with the LMP2s. So yeah, Dawson only 1.7 seconds off the Delatraz Majors team. Obviously a gain of 7 seconds through the pit phase, which got them ahead of the Delatraz, driven by Delatraz team, but it's still a very close battle out there. They're still on top of each other. And in GTD, obviously we have Dorr leading comfortable margin after the incident with I forget their name now. With
It wasn't Fiercely Ford, was it?
No.
Fiercely Ford got caught up.
Come to me.
Was it Impulse? It was Absolute Motorsport, wasn't it? Acelift.
Of course
Ricardo
it was.
Lamoli.
And yeah, obviously as well, Fiercely Ford getting caught up on that as well. But they boxed that lap right for a fast repair. So it just comes down to their net loss on that in-lap and what it costs them fuel strat-wise.
Yeah. Well, yeah, Fiercely Ford had to drive the lap, or could drive the lap, I should say. Absolute Motorsport had to tow back. Oh. Dawson still struggling with his Buckinghamshire broadband.
Buckinghamshire broadband.
His 3rd position still.
Yeah.
Reference to a very obscure YouTube show, that.
Yeah, that's a shame, that.
So finally, Nürburgring Esports Carousel come into the pits. But are they taking tyres, or have they?
We may have missed it.
They've already taken
it.
They've been stationary for ages. 45 seconds stationary.
Yeah. Of the front runners, it's quite a slow pit stop.
But they had more fuel. I mean, that tank must have been absolutely like a vacuum by the end.
RD Simsport, by the way, on lap 18, a very fast pit stop. 10 seconds faster than the other teams. That suggests like 2 tyres and shorter fuel.
Yeah, when did they pit? So
Lap
they pitted
18,
early,
3 laps
so
early, yeah.
They're not even trying the 3-stop. They're just going all out on the 4-stop and willing to do that extra stint. And of course, it will mean that they've got maybe fresher tyres at points, but obviously if they're not taking tyres,
Yeah,
then it sort of negates that advantage.
You can't get it back, the net loss, no way. It could have been a bit of damage and they took a fast repair and just decided to shake things up. It could be anything. But yeah, 10 seconds is a lot. I just don't see them clawing it back.
Some drivers you see almost expressionless. You can't tell what's going on out on circuit if you look at their face. Gonzalo is a little bit more expressionful, I would say.
Yeah, I'm expressionate, as you've seen with the
I mean,
podcast, because you thumbnail me every time doing something stupid.
But you're paid to do that, right? Like, are there any...
Paid to do it? What, be expressionate?
Well, yeah, but, I mean, if you didn't care, then I don't think as many people would...
I'm not paid to care, though. I care.
Sure. 5
That's the penalty you talked about.
penalty for, yeah, the 103 fast repair motorsports.
Both cars clearly not found. I like that.
So there are a lot of cars who I think breached the start limit in the GTPs, but those were the ones who initiated it. Because if you see the car ahead of you go, you go. But it's a case of who started that. Like, if you're 9th, you don't know when the leader goes, but you do know when 7th goes.
Correct, yeah, it can be a knock-on effect that is unfair, like some teams... But if you just, like, I assume that's what the steward's done, if you just went for no apparent reason, no foreseeable reason, then, yeah, you get a pen for hitting someone as well.
Jonas Rutsen is in the pits. For Door Esports.
Was that the GT getting out of the way or a little knock? Yeah, I think it was the GT just changing lines, but I was worried he picked up a little bit of a knock there from the GTP. Oh, pit stop. For Delta V. I would have expected the GT3s to go a little bit longer than this.
90% fuel capacity, remember?
Oh, right, yeah. And 40X.
Lucas Tellman, of course, won the Apex Racing League Sports Car Championship recently for Delachaz Automotive in the GT4 category, that was. But he is currently leading the way in the GTDs. This team were my picks for the title winners. It was not a good round 1 of the season for them, though, but it's going better for them at the moment. Simify did win in round 1, and they sit just half a second behind as it stands. Albeit, actually, did Delachaz get past on that last lap, because their lap was a lot faster, 1.4 seconds faster that last time out, so maybe they got past, apologies. We were watching Gonzalo, but I could be blind. Daniel Yeaman, who is, of course, part of Drop Bear Orbits. If the GT3s aren't doing 23 lap stints, then they're short, even with the 90% tank limit, so you were right, David.
Gotcha.
Not too many battles going on at the moment, because we have had a few pit stops separate some things out.
I love this camera angle when a prototype flies by, because also we've got no mirrors, no left and right perspective, so they just pop out of nowhere.
Yeah. So still, these guys continue on, and very much backing your point, David, and Daniel's point in chat, that they can go further than the 50 minutes in the GTD category. Still Simify just behind. There's 4 seconds back to Impulse. Another 8 seconds back to Team Racing Purple as well. So it does look like it's probably going to be a three-way battle for the GTD win at the moment between Delachaz, Simify, and of course the team who have already pitted, Door Esports.
Yeah, Kevin just asked in chat what happened to Door. They have pitted.
Are we going to see a move here? We are.
Yeah, very good speed. Nicely done. Oh, the Audi just touched the Lambo there a little bit. Can he do a switch back if the car's there? Yep, starting to see them all boxed now. Orion is in, Team Red X is in, Vortex is in. Some teams are extending. What's nice is this is going to give us a quick tell on Fiercely Forward and where they are relative. Oh.
That's just the first pit box.
Wow, that's far back, isn't it?
Yeah, well, what you got to remember as well is that a lot of them are shared. So I think there's only 40 pit boxes here. And of course, we've got 5 teams. And so you will use all of them, and then a few of them will be double used by the team. So yeah, we are using the entire stretch of the pit lane. They have, yeah, that is the same team, right? And they are now leaving the pits.
I honestly thought they'd got a speeding penalty and was about to tow, because it looked weird.
Sure.
Who made it GP layout pits?
Oh, you think that we should have
what
1 minute 30 pit lane length? No thanks. Oh, so apparently he missed his pit box and had to reverse, which is understandable. Anyone who's done, oh, the cutback. No. Oh, come on, that would have been a good move. That's for the lead as well. Chaz versus Effect. Oh, interesting. Effect managed to get up into second. No, we knew that, didn't we? Yeah, that was because they took a shorter pit stop. So Effect, even if they get ahead here, Effect, they sort of need to pull away because they are in reality behind. So it doesn't mean 100% track position there.
Well,
but it's sort of key to their strategy that they do take that position. It is important, but
it looked key by Andy's move there. Yeah. He wanted that.
And I'm going to heap the pressure on Paul Busby because it does depend on what the second drivers do as well.
Paul's told us Tetris has an incident with traffic.
Okay. Well, has it been reported?
Chat is asking if Simify has crashed. No, they are in pits. I'll keep an eye if they lost exponential time, but their last lap looked fine. Just a little bit of traffic loss. Instinct in. Yes, a lot. All the GT3s are now in. It is a scramble.
Some wildly different pit stop times from the GTDs.
Yeah, they're all trying their own strategy regarding track position and tyres for the end, I assume.
So Door are now 12 seconds clear. That's a huge gap. They weren't that far ahead before, were they?
Well, Fiercely Forward, Pink, is the P2 team who...
But they're 12 seconds behind and took a 7-second shorter pit stop.
Yeah, but Fiercely Forward were involved in the crash, remember?
Oh, of course, yeah. But who was second then, behind them?
Well, it's Delatraz that have lost... Their pit stop was 38 seconds, so they're playing the long game. That was a full everything for them.
Yeah.
Window cleaned, seat, dusted. That is the full pit stop, full service, whereas Door's trying something, and obviously Fiercely Forward were forced into this strategy. But that's promise, so 13 seconds off the lead. In my head, I have them Fiercely, say, net P4, 4-8, fourth maybe, net, but we're not going to see the net till the checkered, and there's a lot going to play out between them.
Simify apparently crashed, so Simify esports are now down to 6th position.
Woof, yeah.
Maybe were they second before? Yeah, they were battling with Door, I think. So I think that's where I'm getting confused, where they were fighting for the lead with Simify. But
strange,
not anymore.
Looked okay, but yeah.
Oh, that was very close with the GTD there. Very, very close. And you can see they're flashing their lights now. They were fully committed to the corner, turned in, and then they realised that they had a GTP alongside them and had to turn out the corner. That could have been a lot worse. But, and I'm touching wood, we have not seen too many incidents like that so far today.
He's going
Philip Cross lost it by himself, and that is the lead of the GTP's gone. And unfortunately for him, he had a lot of traffic behind which he's now going to have to re-overtake. And a perfect performance from Jerky so far has been undone.
Yeah, unless he picked up a nudge from behind, unless there was a character in there that we didn't see, that's a very unusual mistake to make. Very unusual. Literally too much brake pressure. Rear come round on him. I mean, it's a catch-22. If he did go in a bit deep, he would have probably controlled it, but he was going to be side by side, so perhaps he just tried to avoid the damage. I'm not sure. Maybe we'll look at the replay, see if we can work out. Yeah, that's going to cost them.
There's a pretty big crash, by the way, that we're going to get a replay of fairly soon. I've just seen it on the preview screen. It's a 3-card crash. Nürburgring Esports now with Sasha Engelhardt in the car, winning P6.
Excellent.
2 tenths behind Absolute Motorsport Aceless GTP, Andrea Cason car. Andrea, very, very quick driver. Oh man, seriously. I mean, you can see the pit, the podium area. It's before the podium.
Wow.
Very ambitious there from Delachas.
Yeah, is this the onboard? Let's say.
So I think this is the number 1. I mean that's a net penalty, isn't it? Simufy and Hyperion coming to collision. I think Hyperion already had to pit on lap 1 as well. And then this was the Delachas GTD car who was fighting for the leads in the GTDs.
So a bit of netcode there, but yeah. I'll leave it up to stewards. That was really... I'm not sure. The steward's not going to take kindly to the way the prototype used the non-racing surface and still caused an incident. I think that might be a bit of a problem. Had that been asphalt, and he, yeah, but the problem is he used full sand and still made contact. So, like I said earlier, GT3s have to track out. We know that. He knows that. They can't abort it mid-corner. If we knew how to abort it, we would. We don't want to track out and get the off-track. But it's just the nature of where we brake, how much speed we carry in, and then if someone tries to go around the outside of us, we have to track out. Say we. I'm now defending the GT3s. I am balanced, like you say.
You are balanced.
Yeah, so, yeah. We'll keep an eye on that, because that could be big for the race result.
We're now an hour into the race. We're a third the way through. A lot has gone on in this first hour. I'd say a more chaotic race than what we saw at Silverstone. Maybe more entertaining because of that as well. And of course, a shout out once again to our title sponsor for this season, Abruzzi. Abruzzi established back in 2018, primarily starting out selling custom karting boots and gloves, but has since spread its roots to encompass all avenues of the sim, kart and motorsports industries, priding themselves on fantastic customer service and building a reputation for next level customer support and service. Abruzzi are now leading stockists and suppliers of some of the world's top sim racing brands, including Moza, Simagic, Simforge and Next Level Racing. We were chatting about their new rig earlier on in a late Apex as well. From one extremity of FIA suits and boots to the other end of the scale of full rig setups, Abruzzi is the place to find all you need and everything in between. Do check out abruzzi-official.co.uk in order to get some Abruzzi products, and of course you can use that Apex Racing 15 off, that discount code Apex Racing 15 off, in order to get 15% off your order on gloves, boots and t-shirts.
Well said. Even the word stockists.
What can I say? I wouldn't mind being a voiceover artist, I think.
Stockists.
Delachas Automotive are being overtaken there. They were of course caught up in that Puon incident, and I think they've just lost 2 places. They were ahead of Team Racing Purple, but Francois Strapp not having a good time in that car. I think he's only just got in it. And yeah, Team Racing Purple and Simify Esports both getting past that car in the last lap. Shame for Delachas, who were leading only 10 minutes ago. It wasn't a proper lead, or it were in reality ahead of them, but I think they were still second place. But they're far from that now.
Yeah, just looking at the GTDs, as I say, I think Fiercely Forward Pink is running a net 4th. I'm trying to work it out. It's difficult. But I think Impulse... Oh,
boy.
Yikes. I think Impulse and Delatraz Automotive by PC Design are net ahead
Sure, true,
just.
true.
Because there's a 16-second deficit on pit stop with the Delatraz team. But like Freddie said, they're still in it, which is great. Because, yeah, an incident like that, especially had to do the whole lap with the damage. That's pretty cool.
Don't want to jump to conclusions too much, but Philip Craft does seem to be struggling in the GTPs. Recently got in the Cherokee Motorsport GTP car, running P4, and he's losing time gradually to the top 3. So not looking good for Cherokee Motorsport at the moment. Philip maybe not quite with the same pace as his teammates. Philip is a very good driver. We've seen him race in the Apex Racing League Prototype Championship in the past, and he usually comes out pretty near the top of the field. But we're just lacking that little bit of extra pace. We're watching the battle for P1 in the LMP2 category at the moment. Delatraz versus Effect. Now, of course, we have to remember Effect did take 7 seconds less of fuel than Delatraz, automated by Major's Garage. And interesting to note that Delatraz Automotive have dropped off this pair.
Yep, a little bit. Maybe they're hitting a strict fuel target, not sure. Yeah, I mean, with Philip Craft's pace, it's very easy for them to have picked up a knock at some point during the GT3 phase of the traffic. So, oh, can we see a move here?
Lovely.
There you go. Andy for the lead.
Well, that's what he needed to do in this stint. Did Andy Dawson needs to get track position, and now he needs to start pulling away and build whatever gap he can to help them out later on in the race. Challenge now for him will be to break the draft, but with the amount of traffic that we've got, it might be more possible than normal.
Yeah, brilliantly done.
John Williams now saying hashtag Toto Buzz. I'm still not. Like, is it Toto or Mercedes employee plus Paul Busby's name? Is that the? I think that's what the hashtag is.
Yeah, as in Paul cooked up this strategy.
Yeah.
That's what I'm reading from it. And he taught Andy how to overtake. That's what Paul's going to say.
Sure.
Yeah. Definitely. So the Movano boys are running strong.
Yep, blue leading red, as was the case at Silverstone. As we are going to have a change again or not. Effect are holding on.
Yep.
Delatraz by Major's Garage coming very close, and here comes the GTP as well in the Porsche.
Yeah, he did well there, pinning it against the GTP, so he can hold that position. Now he can get a little bit of draft.
Oh, we've had a change. The red car in GTPs have got ahead of the blue car. We are hearing that the blue car has got some damage. So, and the lead of the GTP category. So it's now Movano Rosso leading Movano Azzurro at the head of the GTPs. There's the head of the GTDs. Your esports now 15 seconds clear. You know what? It was sort of similar last time out, wasn't it, with Door, where in the first hour they were in a 3-car battle for the race win, thinking, okay, they've got a 1 in 3 chance really of winning this race, and then the second stint they managed to pull away by 15 seconds. They sort of did a different way to this, where they took less fuel at their first stop, and that sort of helped them get away, and they were able to show their pace from there. But I mean, tonight is sort of similar, where the first hour looks very competitive, the second hour they're in a different class.
Yeah, for sure. They did fall off though. I don't think Door had the strongest finish. P5, I want to. Where did they finish last race? I thought they tripped up.
I thought they won.
No, I don't think so.
No, Simify won. Yeah, Simify
5th,
won.
was it? Oh, wow, I'm
Yeah.
getting like you, Sam.
Oh, there you go.
Getting like you, mate.
Got better than me. I thought they won.
No, because I can
Oh,
remember
rubbish.
things from last couple of weeks here. You remember from 2017. But yes, Door were front runners for a bit. But
Yeah, what happened to them? Did they crash at Cops or something? I remember
Paul
someone
wasn't
crashed at
super
Cops.
comfortable in the car, I think.
Oh, yeah. I'm getting confused between Paul Lang and Paul Busby. Because didn't Busby struggle in the car as well?
Correct, yes.
So I think both Pauls struggled, and I was getting confused between the two.
I like the way you use struggle, like me and you would beat Busby and Paul Lang. Yeah.
No, because I'm allowed to slag off these people, because in Formula One, everyone gives Sergio Perez a hard time, right? And no disrespect to, I think Sergio would beat you in a car. But we're free to say that he's rubbish.
No, in iRacing. You've seen how he drives an F1 car, mate.
You think you could beat him in iRacing?
Yeah, 100%. I wouldn't even look in my mirror, mate. I'm just going to drop him.
Let us know in chat if you think you would beat Sergio Perez in iRacing.
But I wouldn't
How
beat...
much money would you be willing to put on it?
I wouldn't beat Paul Lang or Busby, even on their quote-unquote struggle days.
Sam the hater, I'm being cool. Maybe that's true, and I personally hate... well, the one thing I hate, David, is hate itself.
Yes, well
because, drivers get too much hate. But yeah, I will be directing that at you, Paul. Sorry about that.
All right, some replays coming in. Yo! What happened there? It almost seemed like they were... Mate, hold your brake. It almost seemed like they were through, and then... Yeah. Oh, it was just a late net code, yeah. Just a little late.
Zekarol, the GTP who hit there. Smoke.
Oh my God, look at this avoid.
You're right, the brakes are there for a reason. Simify getting past Impulse, of course they did have an incident before, did Simify, so they are making up the positions again.
I think the effect want blood in chat. Honestly, Sam, I think you need to go into hiding, mate. It's a well-loved team.
Oh no. Paul is so right, actually. I am actually quite salty about that. He beat me at Motorsport in season 5 of Porsche Cup, I think back in 2022 maybe, Paul? Maybe 21 actually.
Oh,
and it was my one chance at winning a race, and he took it away from me. Ooh, change for P3. Oh, well, effect simulations, they're pitted again. They have pitted again. That is quite early again, though. They're going to need to do some longer stops later on.
Remember, if you're 4 early, then it feels early because you then get 8 earlier. You know.
Well, yeah, but they need to... They went 4 early, but that left them 2 behind. So, like, when they went 4 early, they had to go 2 late. Later. I don't know what I'm talking about.
No.
Basically, what I'm saying is that they've done 2 short stints in a row, which means that they've got to now do 3 long stints to get to the end. Whereas I thought they might alternate them.
Right, okay. I thought you were using a math world of your own there. 4 is 2.
No,
I was like, what?
No, because it didn't even make sense what I was saying either. I only realised halfway through. I was like, no.
Oh, brilliant. Case of Movano Rosso looking strong, 1.9 seconds ahead. Obviously, RD's a little disconnected, 5 seconds odd back, 4 seconds off back off the I'm calling them blue. I don't like that word. Azure. Yeah.
Well, someone in the chat said
light blue.
Well, yeah, Simon Coulart, who I think might even be associated with a team called them blue. So
I like Rosso. It's a nice word. And I like Azure. That's a nice word. But I just struggle with Azuro. Maybe if I said it enough, I'll get used to it.
Well, I don't think there should be 2 Zs and 2 Rs. There should be 1 Z. Like Abruzzi. It's 1 Z. It's 1 B, 2 Zs. Anyway, this is, yeah. In terms of battles going on circuit, there is this one. This is the closest one. P14 in GTD. Delta V racing ahead of Sim Racing Orange. I think actually Delta V may have got ahead on that last lap. So Delta V up into 14th. They are 4 places down from where they started. They did have an issue, I think, earlier on. But they are making it back. Talking about making it back, Nürburgring Esports Carousel have just moved up. And also, Absolute Motorsport A-Slith have got past Instinct. Of course, the A-Slith car was fighting for the win earlier on. Riccardo Lamoldi has been in that car right from the start of the race. But they lost 50 seconds because of their tow earlier on. And they currently are 50 seconds behind the leaders. So keep an eye out for them. They'll be close to the top 5 by the end of the racing week.
Add 0. Ah, okay.
Add 0, sure. Thank you, Taj Edwards. I mean, talking about long memories, Taj Edwards, I think he was taking part in FX Racing League GT back in 2019, one of the OGs.
So the effect simulations car, 33.6 second pit. So, you know, I expect a much longer stint here.
Who was that, sorry? Effect simulation?
Yep.
Yeah.
And the...
Yeah, 33 seconds is a longer time.
So Wesley 2.6 off the Rosso car. Did we say at 0's got some damage? Was that mentioned?
Yeah, mentioned by Simon Coularts.
That's a shame. Because, yeah, Wesley definitely knows how to cook these cars.
RD Simsport into the pits, so of course they're the ones committing wholeheartedly to the 4-stop rather than the 3-stop. They're really the only team doing that in GTPs. And of course, part of the issue for the Zero car, if they've got damage, they can't pit early because they're right on the limit in terms of the 3-stop anyway. They've got to go a full tank of fuel. If they go any shorter than that, then they're going to have to save a lot of fuel later on in order to make it or do the extra pit stop. So
yeah, I mean, they have
easy time for them.
They have a comfortable P2, so they should stick to this. They'll drop back a little bit over the stint, get the fast pit. Well, yeah,
oh, yeah
it's
it's
tough.
a question, do you take it?
Yeah, because they have P2. They know they've got the pace for P2.
And of course, they know the dangers of taking the fast pit. They were the one who's got wrecked out last time.
Correct. So tough call for them. Do they swallow the pill on the lead by not taking it? Or do they go for the fight and take it and risk, you know, something more substantial happening later on the race? We've seen the net codes, and well, I say net codes, you can blame net code, but if you go door to door of a GT3 in a high-speed corner where you're both turning, you know, you're asking for it as well.
So that graph in the bottom corner, explaining the pit stops from the teams. I don't know what happened to Taj Edwards, Jake Edwards for Blackout OPR GTP. Took 2 pit stops in 2 laps. Not sure what's going on there. And then of course the team who just pitted are the Coveney team. That's RD Simsport. So Coveney doesn't show that at the moment, but he's made 2 pit stops. Oh, spin for the GT3. Who else is going to come across
Someone
that?
stopped just before it. That was a brilliant save. Yeah, that looked like a net
Was it Team
code
Racing
contact.
Purple who got caught up? It was. Oh, and now someone else has gone off in avoidance.
Yikes.
Someone's gone way off into the gravel. There they are. It was Delachaz automated by PC Design.
Yes,
who
that's
already had one incident. And have they hit the wall again? I mean, the right side of that car looks a bit funny, or is it? No, yeah, they're going slowly.
That has helped Fiercely Forward Pink, that's for sure, because now they're just battle with, looks like it's just with Impulse.
I'm concerned that this team has already taken the faster pair as well. They are going to try to limp it back.
I'm trying to remember if they got involved in something. This is the move then. This is what I said. They went round the outside, used the full sand and still made contact.
Yep.
Drive through. As I say, I gave my thoughts. I don't know whether it should be apparent or not, but the stewards have got more access and more replays than I have. My only point was he did not use the racing surface in any way, shape or form and still made contact, so it doesn't look good, is my worry. That was my big concern. Okay, we've got some pit stops coming in. Absolute basically. Oh, these are the teams involved. I didn't know Andrew Dalval was in the car, actually. Didn't see his name. But he's in the pits
yeah,
now.
he must have got in, yeah. Yeah. His teammate done the first couple of stints. Drive through penalty for Delachaz, so that's the one that we just saw. Any surprise about that?
Yeah, it was tight, really close to the penalty, or, you know, but like I said, he flew across the sand.
Oh, yeah, I mean, I thought that was an easy penalty when I saw it.
So, I mean, Adzero's hanging in there. 2.4, their damage is not, yeah, they can't run in the draft, but pace is fine at the moment. I can see them not taking it, in all fairness, just because of the dangers in the race, to be honest. But it must be racking their brains what to do. It's frustrating when you know, you're feeling held back. But I mean, the Cherokee team, what are they, 10 seconds? We'll keep an eye on it.
Gradually losing time.
Yeah.
But they all changed driver, didn't they?
Yes.
So if they get in there, no disrespect to Philip, but if they get in there, maybe more competitive driver, then they might be able to make up the time. By the way, bad news for Delachaz Automated by PC Design, who we just saw crash at this area of the circuit. They will, or they are still in the pits. They've been stationed now for 90 seconds. So I think they've already used their fast pair. They were involved in that one of the incidents on the exit of Pouon earlier on. The two cars crashed ahead of them and they sort of knocked their nose. They didn't have to take the faster pair back then, but I understand why they did. It would have otherwise been about a minute of optionals, I think.
Why is he revving with while tyres are going on? His fuel can't be done. No, his fuel can't be done. Wait, oh, it's an LMP2, so it could be. Sorry, I'm thinking MDH. Let's see.
Well, he's only been
still
for
revving.
17 seconds, so I think he's got another 10 seconds to go.
The poor guy doesn't realise fuel's going in and he's throwing it out the rear. No, it wasn't ready. Look. Guys use 4 litres sitting in pit road. Wait, unless something's wrong. Yeah, he might be angry about something.
Now he's going, yep, full service.
So, yeah, I think 1.6 litres.
Sure.
Okay, some replays coming in.
So this is how this originally started. So team racing and absolute motorsport.
Look at that. Oh, I say avoid, then he just drove into him.
Oh, so these are teammates. This is why you're so careful. And then Delachaz.
No spotter.
Well, I think you should be more cautious with the yellow flags, honestly, in my opinion.
Oh, that's a good point.
That was the GTP you had to take was that another Delachaz car, sorry? You had to take oh wow, so the Delachaz GTD car got hit, and then one of the Delachaz
so double teammates, double teammates
got involved as well, yeah. That must have been the 3rd place. Yeah, that was the Majors Garage one. Was it? Yeah.
I was just about to ask.
If it was, because the Majors Garage car was way ahead of the Delachaz car, right? Before, and now they're 6.5 seconds back. They didn't lose all that time there, but maybe that was part of it.
Just about to check in with Fisty Ford Pink, because I was thinking they're due in soon, because they're early pit, and they are in now. So obviously their race is a bit upside down, like their true position would be when they're at checkered, but I think they're net P3 now with the demise of the Delachaz GT3 team. I think Impulse are the net P2 team. Oh wait, Simify seemed back in this all of a sudden. What did I miss? Wait, what did we miss? I thought Simify had major damage. Now they seem... Oh no, they're 31 off the lead. I'm just trying to work this out. Simify...
Some of the teams have taken 2 stops, I think, right? Or have they?
Yeah, but all the front 4 have taken the same.
No, yeah.
Sorry, front 3. Huh. I think Fisty Ford and net P2, yeah.
Big fan of Augustin Bernier's setup. Some very nice neon lights there. They're changing colours as well as he drives along.
Yes, indeed.
That looks like a sort of a converted garage as well. That looks like a proper... Can't see too much, but that looks like a very nice setup. Very nice setup.
Yeah, who'd be planning that in the short term, eh?
Oh, yeah. What a privilege.
Yeah. Okay, Wesley's in. We won't know if he's served the faster pair unless the team member lets us know. I'm calling no because, yeah, long way to go left in the race.
Especially seeing that, you know, worst case scenario, they lose out to their teammates. So, well, I say worst case, there are other teams, but like, he was second to his teammate before. So that means Nürburgring Esports Castle momentarily up into P3. Sasha Engelhardt still at the wheel of that one. Another team who I think changed driver from the first into the second stint. Sasha just ahead of Absolute Motorsport, Ace Lift, GTP. These two teams have been glued to one another from the start. I think Kason has been in that car since the start.
The problem is this GTP car is going to go so long into the race that when it comes to that last stint, they will be probably the only team that can't take 3 tyres.
Sure. But that might be an advantage, I guess.
Could be. Yeah, because they'll have less laps to do, so they won't be as worried about the tyre deck. But I'm just saying it could. I'm not sure.
Yeah, I think generally evening out the stops is usually the best way to go on it.
It's a safer way, yeah. If you've got to navigate traffic, that little bit of extra grip can help you, can be the difference between surviving or tracking out. Oh.
Nikolai Pedersen, Delta Sport has spun, and there's also a GT3 off the circuit. One would assume they are linked.
Correct.
Now running in P8, that team. I think they're probably lost out to Alcantech, NHR and all that, but I think Alcantech had taken an extra pit stop anyway, so... Oh, no, they're both pitted twice. They have both pitted twice. Everyone in the LMP2s are pitted twice, actually.
Oh, and I just caught off cam what happened. I think the word penalty comes to mind. Unfortunately.
Would this be a good time maybe to do our gloves giveaway?
It would. Our chat excited. We want to see lots of chat activity. And then if so, we will start a chat going prize.
Yes, I need to remind myself of the rules, don't I? But I think it's quite simple. I don't think there's much to remember. So, thanks to Abruzzi, we can give away 1 set of gloves for each round of the championship to a lucky viewer. And so, we are going to give you all the opportunity to win 1 pair of full custom gloves, shorts or long, in just a moment. So, your task is, you basically got 2 minutes to type in chat Abruzzi. So, if you type in chat however, it says only when I have put in my starting message. So, you can now put in your messages in chats. Just put Abruzzi in chat now, and you have got 2 minutes to do that.
It's just the word Abruzzi.
Just the word Abruzzi, and you could win yourself some gloves. Paul Busby, I was about to say Paul Busby, don't do it. He was the second man to do it. The absolute madman.
He's checked the rules and he didn't see any fine print regarding dual back-to-back winners. Oh, nicely done there. Wait, hold on a second. Hold on. Lewis has typed Abruzzi.
Deary me, deary me.
Wait, that can't...
Insider trading comes to mind.
Can I grab my phone and do that? Wait, that can't be right.
Oh, 10-second post-haste penalty for Orbit DBM Jupiter.
Wait, Johnson...
Oh man, it's against the Abruzzi Colour Shock Racing team again. They've got involved in 2 penalty incidents now. That poor 391.
Yeah. John Williams is on to saying, I did technically say just the word Abruzzi, and he's gone for an alternate strat with just the word Abruzzi.
Well, I don't really want to give the gloves to any smart answers in chat, honestly. So, John, if you want to put Abruzzi, then you're more than welcome.
I'm sure he did. And I'm going to check. He has.
Well, he's got 35 seconds remaining.
No, he already has. He has.
Good. Thank you, everyone, for typing in. I think that's even more responses than last time. A lot of responses.
I am seeing a lot of
everyone.
duplicates, though. Like every other.
Oh, really? Okay, don't duplicate it, people, otherwise that's more effort for us. That is a slide for Incompetent Racing Team, Alexander Pettersson. 9 seconds to go. Doesn't need to be written in caps, no, Jan. 3, 2, 1. Okay, it's over. And that might be a bit of a delay because I've just posted it in the chat. When it comes up in chat, that's it. So, yeah, thank you, everyone, for doing that. And, well, we will let you know in a bit who's won. And this is Dev, clearly overwhelmed with excitement, hence he has subscribed to the channel. Thank you very much. John Williams, wait, we can duplicate. No, it's just one entry. You don't get multiple entries.
I think next week every duplicate, your duplicate will void your first.
Will void.
Yeah,
yeah.
I think next week duplicate voids first. But as we didn't explicitly say it, we're still going to break them down to singular.
Oh, we've just got word that actually it wasn't Lewis applying for it, it was actually PJ he was going for it. But clearly on Lewis's YouTube account.
Wait,
so.
identity theft?
Oh yeah, I think Lewis should be angry right now. At least he's fessed up to it. A few pit stops going on in the GTPs because we're 1.5 hours into the race. So second pit stop around this time. They will need to save a little bit of fuel, but still 3-stop. Very possible. Nürburgring Esports, who went so far in that first stop, they are still going. And our race leaders did come into the pits. Although, interestingly, the Azuro team now leads effectively. They're in P5, but they're the leaders of the teams who have taken 2 pit stops. And they're ahead of Rosso. Now, Rosso were about 3 seconds ahead going into the pits. But thanks to a 10-second short pit stop for Azuro, Azuro are now 10 seconds ahead of Rosso. So a different strategy there being taken by the teammates.
It's indeed exciting stuff.
LMP2 and GTP, is there a physical difference or is it just drivetrain? I think it is a physical difference. Yeah, there's a lot more.
Yeah, the LMP2s are more. Yeah, a lot.
I guess they're a little bit smaller,
cheaper.
but yeah, they're very different designs. I mean, I guess all the GTPs themselves, you know more about it than me, but I guess all the GTPs are sort of different as well. Like it's not just like the bodywork which gets changed.
Yeah, there's a lot of freedom like there is in GTD.
Yeah.
And especially when you start including the LMHs, like massively different. I mean, some don't even have the hybrid system, so it can get very confusing very quickly.
But yeah, the LMP2s in real life now in WEC, they only use the Oraker, but they have the choice of the Dallara and the other one.
Yeah, the Dalara's not really used anymore, or at all, is it?
No, I think it's just the Oraker which is being used. So yeah, basically teams can buy a chassis.
Easy as that. Put a couple drivers in, you've got a championship win.
Pretty much.
Don't crash. We've only got one.
Yeah.
Got no mechanics. Pit stops happening in GTP. Where is the next race? The next race is... What's the one?
Daytona.
And then Portimao.
In 3 weeks' time. You can sign up, by the way, if you go to apexracingleague.com. You can still sign up for the series. We did have one team sign up, I think, earlier today. Weren't able to take part in tonight's race, but there are still a few slots free in each of the classes. More pit stops being taken by the GTP drivers.
Just seen Simon Nucera is in the car for the Absolute Sliff GTP car. Good to see him on track.
I did not realise how big this gap had got. Effect Simulations, 8 seconds clear. They are going to have to take a bit more fuel later on, but this is a proper battle between Effect and Delachaz. It was the Majors car which had to take the drive-through, I believe.
Correct, and it was the other team that was dropping back. They were like 6 seconds back at one point on the pit phase.
I'm not sure which one it was, and if anyone in chat could let us know, I'm not sure which one it was who had to take evasive action from that spin ahead of them.
Yeah, it probably was the non-Majors team, I think.
Yeah. So, dare I say, I think Effect Simulations are leading now, but obviously once they put the second drivers in, it might all change around. Maybe they'll be able to pull away with Paul Busby, or maybe they'll fall back.
Busby or Cook. It's his track. Door looking very comfortable. Impressive fight back from Simify and Pole. So be interesting. I'm looking forward to seeing this fiercely fought. Let me look at the numbers again. No. Oh, right. Of course, fiercely fought done the extra pit stop. So, yeah. It's going to be a good battle, the P2 fight. We shall see. Yeah, we shall see. Because Simify's pit stop was 6 seconds quicker, and they are 6 seconds ahead of Impulse. And obviously we know... Oh, Freddie Schwartz is out there driving, by the way, now.
Oh, yeah, it's good to see. Yeah, where are they up to
Oh,
now? They're
of
up
course,
to
Paul.
P6.
Of course, Paul. Benjamin's in.
Oh, of course, yeah. Yeah, wishing you the best, Paul, on that one.
Yeah, same. Sorry, mate. Completely drew a blank there in my head. But yeah, all the best, my friend.
But yeah, Frigerio is getting into the car second.
Yeah. Busby's handling the strap. Yeah, we said that earlier. I don't know why I forgot.
So 2.5 seconds now, the gap between Firebird, who we haven't really talked about. And of course, Firebird, as we all know, probably have the best team name. Because 1, it's cool, and 2, it's short. Number 2 really must be stressed as an important element to any team name. Not really sure what the history of it is, but yeah, I'm liking it.
So we're on board with, well, on TV cam here with Freddie and his new team. This is what his second outing with the team for the series, round 2. Yellow seems to suit him. 2 teams in a row now in yellow. Green before.
I think we have. It's time for the draw. The thing that you're all tuning in for. And we have 38 names. I think that is more than we had last time.
I believe so.
And we are going to randomly generate a number. Whatever number it lands on will correspond to a name, and we will give it to that name, unless your name is Paul Busby. So yeah, let's generate some numbers.
Anyway, just quickly, the Delta Sport did get that penalty on the team racing thing in the fast right-hander there.
Sure.
Okay, number generator up.
Yeah, we're just for verification. The max is 38, but we are just going to move it slightly so that there's no concerns. Especially if it ended up on like 1 or 2, it might be a bit suspicious. There you go. Max is 38. So here we go. Generate. We are going to generate a number. Oh, 37. Well, that's verification enough, right? So
Let me scan.
37. So we'll be able to get that in just a moment.
Excellent.
So we can continue seeing Fiercely Forward Pink closing the gap. But the tension is palpable. Ethan Green, congratulations. You have got some gloves heading your way, provided by Abruzzi. Congratulations, Ethan. We will be in contact with you. But if you are watching along still, please do put in a message in chat and say how delighted you are about winning those gloves. Congratulations. Oh, he's that. He's that. He says woo. Congratulations, Ethan.
Oh, my chat's on a bit of a delay compared to yours. What kind of version of YouTube you got? I didn't see the word.
Oh, I think I'm logged into the broadcast.
Ah,
account, so,
you
yeah.
got insider access.
Yeah,
oh,
yeah.
Paul Lang's getting in the car.
Aha.
And Timothy behind.
So they were about 15 seconds ahead of Door. It's a little bit tricky to 100% verify that because I think they did take a shorter pit stop earlier. But I think it was pretty much 15 seconds. They will lose the lead to Impulse Racing. Paul taking pretty much a full tank, maybe a few seconds short of a full tank. And he will go to the end of the race from here, as it's getting increasingly dark at Spa. We are about at sunset, I think. Maybe just beyond it, actually.
Love to see it. Yeah, we will be doing the giveaway again next Aero Endurance round at Daytona. Keep forgetting the track. Daytona, Portimao, something Sebring.
Suzuka?
Suzuka Sebring. Yeah, yeah, I almost got it. past Suzuka. That's going to be a fun one to broadcast.
Yeah, do love that circuit. Here are RD. Well, oh, and off. Go, Rosso, and into the wall.
Well, that was timing. The broadcaster knew that.
A crash that is for our championship leaders, Tanguy Bion.
I can't believe that.
Who broke his duck last time, but this time he's broken his car.
Yeah, they can probably... yeah, they can fight RD with this. They just need to get to the pits quick. And this is why I'm hoping that Ad-Zero didn't take their fast repair, because things like this can happen.
Yeah.
What was the date of the next one? It's in 3 weeks. So I don't know the date, but yeah, in 3 weeks. Yeah, but from the looks of it, just dropped 2 tyres into the drain. There's like a water runoff. Yeah, bonk. Yep. Definitely not for no reason. We all know it's there. He just he just didn't commit to going out or avoiding. So yeah, if you put your car in that drain, it will react very funny on not only braking, but as you start to turn, and you get one tyre out and one tyre dip in it, it just, yeah, we've all binned it in that drain.
Yep.
I used to completely avoid, but as you get more and more confident and need the lap time, I just abuse all of the curb now. It's a bit bumpy, but yeah, Leon, next time you're at the track, just have a pan the camera down. You'll see like a little, I call it a drain, but it's like a lowered part in between the low and the high part to run water down in real life. And yeah, if you hook 2 tyres in it, unfortunately, it'll kill you.
Well, they are they back to the pits?
How are they strat-wise, actually? That's not something I didn't consider.
So they've already taken their pit stop now. So they took 25 seconds worth of fuel. That's a good point in terms of the strats. So it is one extra pit stop.
Yeah.
I mean, like, unless the thing is, the GTPs are so tight on fuel anyway.
Yeah, so
like,
they are going to have to do the extra one. Because it's only 6 laps ago that the Ad-Zero team pitted, so...
Yeah. So it's, I mean, they don't need to fuel save anymore at least, but...
So
they're now, well, they're about half a lap off the lead, so what, that's over a minute off the lead now, and have to still take 2 more pit stops. So that's a lot of time that they've lost.
Yeah.
Their teammates, the Azuro car, managed to get up to, I think, 3rd they ended up to the Azuro car. They were down to P9, I think, at one point, and they managed to get on the podium after a much bigger incident than that, I would say. Yeah, this time they're going to have to come back from P9 again, actually, coincidentally. I think they should get up to at least P7. Beyond that might be tricky.
So, just saying, my team is winning each class.
Did you go in Pulse as well?
No, Movano Blue, Door,
Door, yeah.
and Effect.
Sure.
So I'm cooking.
Yeah, but no one likes someone who boasts, do they?
No, I'm not boasting. I'm pointing out a fact.
I think you're being a bit...
No, it's a fact. Just a simple, hard fact. Long way to go, though.
Yeah. I know I picked Delachaz and Delachaz.
Yeah.
And then who did I pick for the top class?
What, GTP?
Oh, I think I went Absolute.
Yeah, you did, yeah.
Yeah. Running sick. This is the battle for P7, although it will be P6 in a moment because Instinct Racing have come into the pits. These guys have not pitted for a second time. The Incompetent Racing team are going to move up a place. They're up now 17 places.
Oh, took a knock there. That
start.
Porsche had a really poor exit there. The vet is going to get clear. Or we're going to see a Danny Rick move. Yep.
Come on, guys. Don't do it.
Oh, here we go. Oh, Lord. I don't understand why the Porsche did that, though. Like, all he did was overheat tyres and a risk a net code.
Oh, just enough of a gap. I think that was Alpha, wasn't it? He moved through the middle.
Yeah, but I mean, it was the Corvette that caused... There was a prototype coming. A committed line. Yeah. The vet just didn't spot him. Yeah, the Porsche had that. Just blue T1 a bit there. Picked up a knock from the vet because the Porsche was quite slow, and then...
Ewan Marshall for Team 11. PJ Claysons is out of the car. We might have a chat with him later on. If PJ is listening along, do message me, PJ, if you are up for a chat later, post-race.
So he's finished all of his stints now.
Oh, well, that's a good point. No, yeah. I think he's out of the car. I don't think he's going back in. I think Ewan is taking it to the end of the race now. They're running in P8 as it stands. I think they were P10 in round 1. PJ is very good at this car. Sorry, at this circuit and this car. Ewan, though, only 0.7 of a second ahead of Matthew Crisp for Alcantech NHL. Alcantech got a little bit further down than what I thought they were. Well, yeah, Alcantech took a really short pit stop. I don't know if that's maybe like a penalty or something. But they took a 7-second pit stop last time, did Alcantech. I'm not sure what that... Maybe it was repairs. That they had to just pick up a fast repair, maybe. But do let us know, anyone who is part of Alcantech. Alcan damage stop. Okay, thank you, Danny. Of all the teams to ask a question about, I'm glad it was about Alcantech because they have got probably more viewers than anyone else for this race.
Ooh.
Very close.
Yeah, as Delta V and Orion are in GTD.
Do let us know, by the way, Danny, exactly what happens. It'll be interesting to know. So in the GTDs then, who still needs to pit? It's just Impulse, I think, from the lead. You need to pit.
He's going to get this done nicely. As we have a GP, hopefully sees the GTP on his outside. He does.
So Crisp up into P8 now. He's, of course, teammates with Lennart Schnabel, who I think won the Super Formula Lights race yesterday. Of course, you can sign up to that over at apexracingleague.com. You can sign up for Super Formula Lights. You can sign up for Racing Unleashed. You can sign up for Porsche Cup on a Wednesday. You can sign up for this. And you can sign up for GT3 Trophy. We've reopened entries for ARL GT3 Trophy.
This is Ewan and Crisp. Ewan's just gauging his options there.
Yeah, not quite getting ahead. But yeah, do check out apexracingleague.com for all of that. Kleiner... Oh, I thought Lennart was racing earlier on, but maybe I'm wrong, Danny. Apologies, Danny. But apparently he was playing golf. Was Lennart not driving? Let us know what your par is. I think that's a question that you ask to golf people.
No, handicap.
Oh man.
Par is like if you, how you did on the hole.
I knew that. I did know that. I know people won't believe me, but like I did.
You know, I have headphones on, right, and I could hear the broadcast room laughing, right, over the car and these cancelling headphones.
I'm not a golf commentator.
No, we definitely know that. We just assumed you might know of golf.
Change of place between
second and
third. So the Majors Garage car is cooking at the moment. It is really motoring along because they're now only 11 seconds behind. In fact, I don't know if we could get the graph up with the gaps between drivers. I think the Effect and the Delta Chaz Automotive by Majors, I think that gap was like 15 seconds at one point, but I think Augustin Bernier has just been absolutely charging. Yeah, so you can see, well, yes, well, I mean, to be fair, that's 5 laps, and it's come down by over 2 seconds. And you can see it was as high as 14.5 seconds at one point, but yeah, it's down to 11.
Yeah.
Albeit it has just increased a little bit on this lap, but so what I'm saying basically is that that's not Delta Chaz going slow, that's Delta Chaz Majors going very, very fast.
Yeah, I mean, it's 8.5k, and Remy, who he was let by, is 5.3.
As Dawson comes in for Effect. Another early pit stop, so they will need to go... Yeah, so it's fairly easy on fuel for them, isn't it? They can push hard for these next 2 stints. It could still be a Delta Chaz 1-2 here. Effect, with the extra fuel that they have to take, aren't necessarily leading this race by a long way. I think they will have to take another like 6 seconds of fuel extra. as I think they have a change of driver as well in that car. Benjamin Vigario comes into the car, and that means that it's now a French 1-2-3 in the LMP2s. Fortunately, there's no French circuits on the calendar.
The Alonso Hamilton thing was better.
Yeah, it was a bit, wasn't it?
Okay, some more replays. Ah, this is what I mentioned. This penalty's already been given out, which is...
Oh, so that's how Alcantec got damage.
I mean, that's a clear-cut penalty. No discussion.
Sorry again? As this is Cherokee. Oh, they just avoided it. Good. Hands.
And this is the...
I mean, this is very choreographed.
Yeah.
I mean, like, he's given himself... I think, well, I don't know. I don't want to criticise him. It's only a few tenths, but you let him by from a long way off.
Yep. I forget what the prototype was that got penalised. It'll come back to me, but the GT was the Racing Purple.
Sure, yeah.
But the other team it'll come back to me.
Yeah. Ethan Green, of course, a man who has some gloves going his way. I done Racing Unleashed. I would recommend it to people. Very nice community and accepting of new and experienced drivers. Very kind words there from Ethan, and I think very true words as well from him.
I heard only good things.
Yeah. Yeah, Danny Solo mentioning Wii Golf. That is pretty much where my knowledge comes from. That and obviously Crazy Golf.
Wii Golf was pretty good, to be honest.
Oh, have you seen the speed running of Wii
No.
Golf? Oh my god. Some people complete all the courses in like 3 minutes. And so like the way you do it is that you absolutely smash the ball, hits the post, and drops into the hole.
Yeah.
And if you can do that for all, like, I don't think it's even 18 holes, I think it's like 12 holes or something, then you speed run it. It's really good.
Oh. Poor GT3 being split in multiple directions. This is going to get feisty.
Yeah, can they get clear?
2-2. LMP2s. Oi. And they do. Whoa. That needed to be precise.
Oh, and the GTD's put off a bit line. Puts offline that by the advancing GTP.
The Delatres boys are working well together. They have a race, actually, the team-wise.
Yeah.
Usually staying in draft, very smart. You can get through traffic as a pair if you follow really close to each other. Usually find if you're 9 tenths back, then the gap just keeps building because the car in front of you will get by, then you're stuck behind, and this just keeps repeating.
Riding aboard with Orion Race Team. They've been going quite far, I think, on fuel so far in this race. Yeah, one of the further teams, so they will be able to take quite a short pit stop later on, which will help them when it comes to their last pit stop. They're in a three-way battle right now. They're right behind Incompetent Racing Team. Lawrence Shilovish now in that car. Samuel Sproul for Blackout OPR behind.
Yep.
And actually, Instinct Racing 3-2-1 aren't too far back either. I think Instincts as well had issues earlier on. So we've got side by side now. And Orion
Nice little battle
getting
here.
past Incompetent. They're up into P12 now, Orion.
Let's check in with Effect LMP2. How are they doing? Yeah, looking good. 32 off the lead. Obviously, everyone needs to pit around them. They're a little bit off strat. I mean, their strat puts them on the same strat at the checkered, but they're just a little early, so we have to wait for the net result to come out. And that's probably why the Delatres boys hurried the swap, because if you can get one team ahead, then you can play team games and, you know.
Well, that was a worrying lap there for Figueria. He's just lost... Oh, no. Actually, that was an excellent lap there from Figueria. He's just gained 1.5 seconds on the two Delatres cars on his first flying lap. So, obviously, it's all down to traffic, really. But that sort of
useful.
lap time will help him to build the gap that he needs.
This pit stop strategy lineup overlay is brilliant.
Yep.
And you don't have to write powered by AWS or any of that rubbish. I think it's
No.
brilliant.
No. Of course, all available from SDK Gaming. Do check out sdk-gaming.co.uk in order to get your subscription, where you can implement this WEC overlay. All you need to do is have one line of code. I say code. One line of text.
There
That's
you
what
go.
we decided that it should be referenced as. You paste in that one line of text, and then it transforms it from like an F1 overlay into a WEC overlay. You can also have a NASCAR overlay as well. Got one which is like in the start of the old 3.5 Formula Renault series from years back. So yeah, looks really, really cool.
But if you want to get your hands dirty, you can customize it to your heart's content.
Yes. That'll Chaz Automotive into the pits. It's getting quite dark now at Spa. About an hour to go. Into the back. And Samuel Sparrows held on to that one, but who was it who hit the back? It was one of the LMP2s. Was it Fiercely Forward Purple again? No, it was Hyperion Esports. Well, they've had their own issues as well. I think crashed on lap 1 and then had a secondary crash as well. Well, they haven't come into the pits immediately, but they will clearly, well, you can see there's damage on that car.
It may not have been as clear cut as it looked. Like if the Porsche, if the Porsche had like slipped a little, then the LMP2 might have misread, you know, the pace. Let's see. Oh, he's waiting?
Yeah, I'm not sure he's doing that.
No. Maybe he had a slowdown deserve. Strange lift. Yeah, not sure about that. Stewards will be looking at it, no doubt. But yeah, I'm not sure. It's tough. If let's say if the Porsche slid its rears on exit and slowed, then it's very hard to read that quickly. Yoinks! See that? Yoinks! The outside, get clear for the left. Dive the Audi.
Yeah, Hyperion are putting themselves in some tricky positions. And of course, it can risk losing you more time as well, going for those moves. Oh, and he's round again, is Hyperion. He's round again, but this is how it happened originally.
Yeah, that's a strange one. Let's see.
Yeah, that's what, I don't know where he's going. Where's he going?
The Porsche, right? You're saying that? That looked like the Porsche was parking the bus, mate.
Oh, really?
Yeah, yeah.
Okay, you think the Porsche... Okay, I thought the Porsche was flat out, but no, if you think that the Porsche lifted off, then...
Yeah, no, I don't think he lifted off. I think he was... I don't know what was going on. That looked like a tremendously lowered amount of speed. But from that angle. So, I'm not sure. I'm not saying he did it with intent, but he might have slid or had a slowdown or something along those lines. Oh, LMDH being smart there. Didn't fancy the 3-wide.
Daniel Nakaru Tiama is racing along there, P10. Ahead of Orbit, DBM, Jupiter now. Of course, that team qualified really well, did Orbit, up in P5, but unfortunately got damaged before they even got to the start line. And then spun at Eau Rouge as well, which didn't exactly help. But they've had pretty good pace since then, and they're well with the pack. In fact, actually, P6 with RD, albeit RD have taken an extra pit stop, so really P7 down to P12, all very close right now in the GTPs, and I think Orbit will fancy their chances at finishing top of the pile in that fight.
Maybe we could get a look at that Hyperion. Was it Hyperion that you, just as the replay cut, was they had lost it in the curb?
Yeah, they've lost it, and they caused, or they were involved in the Blanchimont incident as well.
Because he was sending, and then obviously died moments later. After you say it, it's just high risk, and you know. Yeah, multi-class is a dance. And the quicker you learn that, the quicker you get through. All the time you're just like that, where you're dive bombing, slamming the brakes and hoping the curb Tony Hawks you round the corner. Not so much. You just don't get to the end and you end up frustrated.
Unstoppable soap. Damn, I need some fans in my rig for the summer.
Fans, yeah, I don't. Even in the winter, I drive with a personal AC unit connected to the window and 2 fans, and that's in the winter.
Yeah. Oh yeah, we're very privileged here at the Sim Centre in terms of we've got very good aircon downstairs. So yeah, just like I fancy a 17 today. Whack it on
with a westerly breeze.
Yeah. and also from one of the rigs as well, the unit is like pretty much above it, so you are getting sent that air straight away.
Oh, he missed his box too early. You don't see that every day. Too early.
Do you think that's worse than too late? It feels worse.
No, yeah, but it's
because
better.
even if you do it right, then you're still slower, sort of.
Yeah. The problem with whoa. The problem with going deep is you have to. Oh, lovely. I think the Porsche's going to still get this on the run down to the right. It's a good battle to follow.
Yeah, this is Orion ahead of Incompetent. These guys have been going at it for a while now, like 5 laps. I remember we were watching these guys battle.
Yeah,
still
the
going.
Porsche's got this. Yep. Easy done.
Loud Instincts backed with them as well. Apologies, this is... Yeah, who is this?
This is Orion and Instinct.
Oh, is this Orion?
I think so.
No, it is Incompetent. At the
Oh, sorry,
yeah.
Incompetent and Orion. Sorry, you're right. Yeah, I was just glancing at the Porsche, got my numbers wrong.
Can't make it through, right?
No, won't need to. I think... oh, wait. He's chosen the outside as the back push. And... Oh, has he made that stick? No. Almost. And the Audi's got this done. What a battle, though.
Oh, now we're going through wide.
No, don't, son.
Certainly not there.
No. Oh, the Audi really committing to that throttle. Is still not going to be able to get it done. The Porsche's got this all day long.
Hopefully there's no quarter panels.
Yeah. I was there for Kev's quarter panel hit there that knocked him out of Munich. That was horrible.
Oh, of course, yeah.
Look at that. Audi got bus parked.
Dominic coming up the inside.
Problem is, oh no, the Porsche's going to get clear.
So about a few corners there for Orion. They've gone from 12th, apologies, 12th to 14th in all of that. But with the way that these guys are battling, I'm sure they can get it back in future as well. And of course, there's all fuel strats as well. Won't necessarily come down to see that battle. Effects back ahead of the LMP2s now because the Chaz Majors have come into the pits. Where's the other Delachaz car? They're just going through as well, but they are quite absent right now. So the Majors, look at that, Majors guys now 3.5 seconds back, and their pit stop was 3.5 seconds shorter. It's very close. So they went a lot further, right?
Yep.
So really, I think Majors Garage are going to be ahead.
It's going to be tight. Oh, yeah, it's going to be tight.
But I think probably by about 5 seconds. So it's all to play for. I think Delachaz Automotive will probably be third, but it's, yeah. Any one of those 3 teams could still win, potentially.
Wesley in chat, I think that was one of my worst stints ever. Well, you came out on top, so we take it. You stayed out of trouble.
In the lead of the GTDs, by the way, Door Esports still lead the way, but I think the gap's coming down to Simify. If we could get that Delta graphic again. And I think the gap was, at the start of this stint, like 20 seconds. So there you go, 18 seconds, I think, when they got in the car. And it's gone down by about 5 seconds between first and second. So Door, who, of course, led 2 hours in last time out, or at least an hour and a half in last time out, could they lose the lead again? Simify closing the gap. It will be very close whether or not they catch by the end. So we've got less than an hour to go now. Ooh, and I hope all the drivers who are in the car now have practiced some night driving. Spa is not the easiest circuit at night.
Nice battle behind. I don't mind. I've done so many laps at Spa. I think that's the difference, right? It's just one of those tracks where you know every bump.
Yeah, yeah.
So just looking at the GTDs, obviously Paul is looking very comfortable, 13 seconds to Simforge, so doing a great job there. Pit stop wise, I mean, Simforge have done well. Remember, they had some serious major damage. Serious major? That's an extremely adjective
Yeah,
sentence.
you're hyperbole, but yeah.
And obviously, again, Fiercely Ford Pink, they also had some seriously major damage. Oh, the Audi,
Ooh.
yeah.
Oh, he had to turn out of that, did faster pair.
They're gaggling up.
And now they're all going to have to get to the right of the circuit to get past the... Oh, I mean, one of the GT has gone well. I'm not sure that's necessarily going to help. Oh, there was contact, I think, as well, between two of the GTDs, GTPs, sorry. So this is a battle for 9th, 10th, 11th and 12th in the GTP category. And they're all converged in on one another. Faster pair got closed in a lot by Zekril and co on that last. Zekril, I think we recently saw come into the pits as well. But this is going to be a move potential, or just a defensive move from Absolutes, but there's no stopping Orbit DBM, who are up now to P11, Cam Dance in that car. The Formula 1 champion a couple of times. Formula 1, hosted by Chaz Jacob in the Pro Mazda. And
Pro Mazda, what a car.
Great car.
I was actually going to do that back in the day, officials, and then it got archived. I didn't know about even archiving then. I remember prepping for, just
mega drafts. One of the old school cars back when everything on iRacing had insane drafts.
I remember the draft days. Everything had draft.
The Radical SR8, that was a great draft car.
I mean, I don't know if you remember week 13 of the GTPs when they first dropped. The draft was stupid at Daytona. So they fixed it and destroyed it completely.
Yeah.
But no, yeah, the draft's definitely changed over the years in iRacing, that's for sure.
Has, yeah. I mean, dare I say it's become more realistic, but maybe less fun.
Correct on all counts. I don't know about the LMP2. LMP2 definitely is a little bit more draft.
That's Orbit up another place. Look at the move there from Zekril. That they had to
very nice
pretty much go off the circuit in order to get past. But Orbit are making up places. They've got one more to get the head of this train. Faster Pair Motorsport are the one car now ahead of them in sight. I'm not sure how much further they'll get. I mean, PS competition won't be too far up the road, 8 seconds further up. But yeah, I think they'll definitely get Faster Pair in the probably by the end of this lap.
Yep, I agree.
By the way, leading the LMP2 down to 1.5 seconds now.
Yeah, Augustin is flying. Absolutely flying.
Also, Movano Rosso has just got past RD Sim Sports. It's a little bit confusing right now, the head of the GTPs. Don't take that as the actual order. A lot of teams haven't done all their pit stops yet.
Yeah, so Movano Azuro with Marcus have pitted. Also RD Simsport have pitted. And obviously we had the incident with Movano Rosso, unfortunately.
Yeah, so Rosso got eliminated. What happened to the Azuro car? Because they've
boxed.
But why did they pit on lap 58? I don't know if we get the graphic up to demonstrate the stint lengths for each of the GTP teams. But I thought they were on for a 3-stop and then they seemingly pitted early. But maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree.
So Hamilton 21.19. You're right, 6.
Yeah, so the stints have got shorter and shorter. We did get a message from Simon Coulart saying it's frustrating when you need to save 2 laps of fuel to match the full push stints from Porsche. So basically, the Acura's not got as good fuel consumption. But yeah, I was surprised about that from Hamilton because they could have done the 3-stop. But yeah, it seems like it was just too much fuel to save. So that's really changed things up now, because that means that Cherokee, who are going to do the 3-stop without doubt, might be able to win this race, because it looks like the Movano cars, well, at least the Azzurro car, is going to have to do one extra pit stop, and the Rosso car had to pit for repairs.
Yeah, if the temp is coming down, then they are going to consume more fuel.
Yeah, Kulat's just confirming in chat that the 3-stop isn't possible. I thought it was after the first stop, after the first stint, but
It was what,
yeah,
21
clearly not.
laps? 21 laps in the first?
Yeah. So
I mean, 3 laps. What are they doing? 18 now?
18, yep.
I mean,
But I mean, the first stint it must have been fuel saving a lot. But they were leading in the first stint. But yeah, I trust you, Simon, when it comes to that stuff. So yeah, what to do then for Azzurro? 27 seconds to make up basically on Cherokee. They will have to take less fuel later on, which is a bit of an advantage. And of course, at least this is basically the shortest pit stop we go to all year. If this was like Road America, then you'd lose twice as much time taking the extra stop.
Yeah, fair point. Very fair point. Whenever we're doing multi-class, I always picture the endurance pits here.
Yeah. I think it's probably about, and maybe Simon might know this, it's probably like 18 seconds loss, just like trundling down the pit lane.
Yeah, because the endurance is long. Holy moly.
Yeah.
So long on limiter.
Yeah, Ethan just asking if we are using the GP pits.
But you can save a lot of fuel on the pits because you can roll down the hill, right? All the way down pit road.
Yeah.
Yeah, I've had to do that before.
Oh, and it's that silly hairpin as well, where whenever I'm driving, I'm like, I've got to nail this. I've got to go flat out through this.
It's always the hardest corner on the track.
Oh yeah, because if you clip it, it like not necessarily glitches, but it grabs you and will like probably put you on your roof. And you got to hope that no one did that in front of you, otherwise the pit lane's blocked.
Orbit in? What's that orange around him?
Oh yeah, he's got like a nice rig, doesn't he?
Yeah, it's almost like he's in...
He's got a proper... someone from Orbit/DPM, please let us know what rig Cam does. Ah, it's a hyper simulator.
It's orange.
Everyone's now Googling that. Playing ducks are... I've got a post-race penalty, by the way.
3 wide, 2 wide.
Playing ducks currently 20th, by the way, in GTD.
Wait, no.
Ah, you found it.
What, $18,000?
Cherokee into the pits. Oh, I mean, this is close to a Cherokee. Cherokee have got 48 minutes to go now on a single tank. That's a long way to go for Alonso. Or for whoever is in that car. I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do the 3-stop here. This is really interesting. We knew it was going to be tighter than Silverstone when they all did the 3-stop, and we really are. It's really pushing the 3-stop. This, really pushing it.
Sorry, stop the race. Let's talk about this. 18,000, and it looks like a shopping cart. Sorry if anyone's sponsored by Hyper Racing Simulations.
It's got a spoil on it.
No, that's not a spoiler. That's a shopping cart handle. All right, well, next time I'm in Asda, I'll grab a trolley. I'll add some plastic, paint it orange, 18 grand. Thank you.
Rob Southern, it's one of those Aussie rigs. Rob's saying that with a lot of confidence. Also, I think Cam is a Kiwi, isn't he? Where is he from? I'm being pedantic, to be honest. I appreciate that.
Asking an Aussie if they're a Kiwi is like asking a woman their weight. It's just, you don't need to ask the question, mate, because you can only be in the wrong. I mean, you could be right, then you're fine.
Well, yeah, he is definitely a Kiwi, but yeah, I was being pedantic there too, Rob. Of course, Track Racer are Aussie, aren't they? They produce very good rigs, and I think I'd rather have a Track Racer, but I don't know what the full specs are.
I always think a Track Racer is American because when I lived in America, there was a Track Racer really near me, so I just, in my head, picture them as American.
Sure, yeah. Yeah, I think, yeah. Very good rigs. This is the battle for P3 between Absolute Motorsport Acelith and Movano Azzurro.
Yeah. Rosso doing well considering what happened. Only 27 seconds off the sister team. Oh wait, no, they are. Are they essentially a pit stop behind? I'm trying to work it out.
So who are you talking about?
Rosso.
So Rosso.
Because they had to pit for the major damage.
No, so Rosso and Azzurri still need to do one more stop.
Yeah. Yeah, it's not a bad recovery.
So, yeah, no,
27 seconds back.
Well, the thing is, when the Rosso car crashed, we thought, oh no, they're going to have to go from 3 stops to 4 stops. But actually, they are just going to do 4 stops anyway. So actually, when they crashed was almost like a perfect time, because it meant that they just went far enough that they could do the same amount of pit stops. So the only time they lost was on the in lap.
They lost a lot of time though.
Oh yeah. But yeah, at least they didn't have to do the 20-second pit route. Man, this GTP battle, this is so good. Like, it's really difficult to get your head around, but because I'm still not sure who's leading really. I think it's basically Cherokee, but it's weird to say that the 7th place team are leading. But I think that's the situation that we find ourselves in. Mivano Azzurri moved past. They're up into P3.
Honestly, I think, unless I've done the math wrong, with their pace they're doing, can't Nürburgring Esports win this? They're going long enough, I think.
Well, they've got one. Well, the top 6 all have to do one more pit stop.
Yeah.
7th, we're not sure if they need to do one more pit stop. They need to do a lot of fuel saving.
Yeah, but that's going to hurt their pace.
Yeah. No, yeah. To be fair, I would say Azzurro are probably the favourites because they don't need to save fuel.
Right, let's look at...
It's close.
Looking at P2, with the Delta loss in pit, do you think Delatraz is going to get this? It's going to be tight. I think P2... LMP2 is going to be also a very tight race. Obviously in GTD, Door can walk this in, stay out of trouble.
Well, yeah, Simify were closing in a lot, but it's sort of neutralised now. It stayed at 12. It went from 18 to 12 in about 20 minutes, and then the last 20 minutes it stayed at 12. Yeah. So it looks like Paul is up to speed and he's doing enough. And they are on the same strat as well, those two teams. They literally pitted on the same lap last time. Team Racing Black Cohen. So to Absolute Motorsport Acelith.
Oh, so the Team Racing, of course, have 2 teams, right? The black and the purple.
Yes. Purple has been involved in a couple of incidents, I think, today. Black a little bit cleaner and might get a podium, but I think that could be said for about 8 different teams in GTP.
This Orion team's picked up a lot of TV time, lots of battles they've had. Fun to watch.
When you see the word Orion, what do you think of?
The belt. Men in Black.
Oh, okay. I think of onions.
What? You don't think of Orion's belt?
No. Do you think, is that where it's from?
It's where what from?
Do you think they named the team after Orion's belt? Or do you think they misspelled onions?
I don't know. You're hurting my brain.
No. The problem is, this has been on my mind for a race and a half, so I think it's about time that we had this weird conversation.
It's 100% based off the word that it's based off.
No, but like, whenever I see it, I do just think of onions.
Nobody else is.
Because it's spelled a bit like onions.
But hear me out. It's spelled exactly like Orion.
No, but I barely know what Orion is. Honestly, I recognise Orion's belt, but like before you said it, I wasn't sure. I was thinking, oh, it's something astronaut based, but I wasn't sure.
I honestly, 24 hours ago, I actually thought you was quite a smart guy.
I mean, I'm not sure where it is in space, but I do know what Orion's belt is. But maybe I should stop digging.
Oh, man, I love this view for the sends. I see flashy lights, which usually means big car. Oh. The Drogota. It's a nice selling.
So all the GTDs then are, I think all the Have all the GTDs done their pit stops? No, I think they've still got, yeah, we've pretty much got everyone still to set a pit stop, apart from Fiercely Forward Pink. But yeah, top 3 in GTDs do still need to pit. But yeah, you can easily get to the end of the race from here on in. Is Cam's Aussie rig? Or Kiwi rig?
Well, it's so expensive though.
Well,
You might as well just.
I don't know, maybe is there some, I mean, 18 grand is obscene, but like, maybe I don't know, there must be something about it.
If I was going to
Must
spend
give you
18 grand on a
tennis.
rig, I'd buy a real car, put it in the garage, take out the wheel, put in a sim wheel, sham a screen where the windscreen is, and there you go, 18 grand.
Oh,
that was very lucky.
Wow.
Squeezed his way through there with high risk. What a battle here, though.
And Zekrul managed to get ahead of Orbit. So Orbit overtook early on, but Zekrul got back past. And then there's one car, which I think is a lap down in all this. And I think it's the Delta V car. Oh, it was the Nürburgring Esports car who were leading, and they were not wasting time. That could have been the end of their race.
Well,
Because the
they're
team were
on a
fighting for a win.
strict delta. I assume they need like 38 odd seconds delta to make this strat work.
It's going to be close between them.
Because they know they're not the fastest team on track.
Sasha Engelhardt getting back in, so they've gone Krosny, Engelhardt, I believe. Countdowns with a bit of relief now. And also Sasha Engelhardt as well into the pits for Carousel. So Ravano, Azuro lead the way again.
So now it's easy to keep an idea on that gap. I think pit time loss is going to be what? Ravano hasn't got to put in full fuel. So let's say like around 35, 40 seconds. And they are 40 and drop 41, 42, 42 in pit. Let's see how far they're behind. 44 off the leaders at the moment, I saw. 41, sorry.
Yeah, it's looking good for Azuro. No. Engelhardt's going to need some mega laps to win this race.
Yeah.
But I don't think they were necessarily going for the win anyway. I think they were pleasantly surprised when they saw some of their rivals having to take 4 stops. And if they can get a podium, that would be a good result. RD, of course, committed early to the 4 stop, and they'll probably be coming in for their last stop fairly soon on P3. Jericho right on the limit of fuel. We're not sure if they need to pit one more time or whether they can get to the end. It'll be very close for that team. Camp Dance, who of course lost that position to Zekrul before, is now back on the tail looking to make amends.
Yep, this could be a good battle. Oh, we just slid the rears a bit there, unfortunately.
Oh, into the clutch at there, it sounded like.
A bit late into the clutch, wasn't it?
I was looking away, so I only heard it.
Yeah, well,
And it was for a split second, so you wouldn't have got much use from it if you did. It's a bit pointless as well. They're not exactly tight on fuel. I know they could save a bit on pit road, but
He's listening.
yeah, no fuel saving at least for Zekrul. With your favourite livery, with your favourite logo as well.
What, the Z?
The Z. You mentioned before you
Yeah.
weren't a fan.
I wasn't
But
super
then you're
impressed.
not exactly a fan of most of the logos in the.
Logos is tough, man. I'm not going to lie. It's really
You like
tough.
that one from Ravano?
Um,
My criticism would be it doesn't initially look like an M to me.
correct. I mean, it's original, so yes, it gets it. I'm not sure I see an M though. I'm staring. But yeah, I like it.
So they're into the pits then, so that is their last pit stop then for the Rosso car, which of course had to take repairs earlier on. They might end up in P3. I think that's as high as they'll get. I think it might be close between... Wow. I don't know, I was going to say, could they catch up to Nürburgring Esports, but I mean, I'm looking at the time go away from them, and they've got a lot of catching up to do if they're going to catch up to Nürburgring esports. P7 for them at the moment. They'll stay ahead of PS competition, who would need to make an extra pit stop anyway.
So this Benjamin Frigiero is cooking. Gap up to 3.9 seconds. Pace looking good.
Yeah. It looked a little bit shaky for him, didn't it, initially?
Yeah.
You can see that on lap 58, it was coming down. It went to about a
Yeah.
second and a half, but he's just been able to relieve it since then. But he does have to pit for more fuel later on.
Simifying. Delta Sport closing the gap to 54. Let's have a look. Delta Sport.
Yeah, the battle for 6th and
Wow.
7th, and yeah, that's very satisfying to look at.
Jeez.
Considering that there's so much traffic out there, and that usually ebbs and flows it, that's a remarkably consistent reduction.
Sorry, Jeff. I was thinking when you said 54, I was thinking GTD, but yes, LMP2. Wow, that's an impressive closing pace. Let's see if it's anything. Anything fuel related? Don't see it. I mean, Fiercely Ford Purple definitely need to take less fuel, like 6 laps less. So that's pretty significant in pit road. So that will re-extend their gap a little bit. Then again, I say that naively. It could have been, you know, one of them has a little bit, one of them short fueled, but I imagine it's about 6 laps more fuel. As we've got a cam from Sebastian Shaw. Looking good. Was that the 49-inch?
Yeah, it looks like a 49, doesn't it?
Can't work out the wheel. That's a cube control. Not sure.
By the way, P2, I'm not sure if we mentioned it, but P2 in the GTD's pitted Simify esports, so they're done for the day.
It's
the Fanatec.
It is, yeah.
And
Yep.
Sparkle gloves.
Yeah, he's rocking like the DD2 and the Formula, whatever it is. It looked like the DD2 connector, actually. That's one I used to have a long time ago. Gave me a fat lip once.
Oh,
Because
yeah?
they're pretty difficult to get off.
Sure.
Quick release, yeah, all right. Yeah, you've put your feet up on the rig to release it. Smack me in the face.
Leader of the GTDs is in. Paul Lang has pitted for Dort Esports. He was doing a really good job. Fantastic stint there from Paul. The gap was coming down at the start of it, but he was able to up his pace. And I think he's going to come out with about 10 to 15 seconds of buffer to Lucas Perez, who I think is just entering the final chicane at the moment.
Yeah, Paul's got this. Look, I mean, Lucas is fast. You don't accidentally get 9K, but I think Paul can manage this.
Effect Simulations into the pits as well from the P2 lead. We did expect them to have to pit earlier, and that is what has happened on that front.
So this is what it comes down to. When we see Augustin pit, we know how all this strategy and everything has paid off over the long.
And I think he's going to have to pit Augustin in, what are we thinking, maybe 6 laps or so? Should be able to go a fair bit longer.
Let's have
And
a look.
should get ahead as well. But yeah, we'll need to keep an eye out on what the gap is doing. Benjamin needing to do almost a full stop, about 5 seconds short of a full stop there for the Effect Simulations Cup. Going for back-to-back race wins to start out the season.
30-second pit. So we'll keep an eye on the Augustin pit when it comes to it. But
So the gap now is it 39 seconds?
correct. Well,
39.
40, I think we change.
40 seconds. So we need to keep an eye out on that for like the next 5 or 6 laps to see if it's coming down or up. See who's got the pace advantage.
Delta Sport in. It was Delta Sport that got. Remember, I said I will remember. The race in purple, it was them that got the penalty. It was Delta Sport. I knew it'd come to me. Unfortunately, the 4-syllable colour never came to me.
Sure, yeah.
I was really hoping. It never did. Yeah, we got Tech Salvager. Sorry, I had word diarrhea there for a moment. Flashy, flashy, move, move. Easy enough. Yeah, the sun is starting to drop. Yeah, so we'll come back to this LMP2 battle. It's going to be a few laps, but it's going to be it's going to be cool to see how it all played out, because the Delatres boys had this in the bag, 1-2, managing their pace, getting through traffic. Everything looked relatively easy for them, and they went on a Busby strap, boxed early, some great driving, and he got great overtake move in, and now, yeah, is it Benjamin? Is the name? Doing really well. Pace is looking tremendous. Stayed out of trouble.
The other Delatres car now in the pits, or one of the Delatres cars is into the pits. This is the third place running car. Looked like they might win the race earlier on, but were they the ones who got the drive-through?
No, it was the other team who got drive. This is the one that got held up with the GT3 spin incident.
Yeah.
How about this Sasha Engelhardt gap? 44. That's close. But close isn't going to cut it if you're going up against Marcus or Wesley, is what I'm saying. That's the problem.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, I think Marcus has got this one. I mean, the gap is... Well, that last lap it came down by 3/10 in the favour of Nürburgring Esports, but I think it's generally on the increase if tonight's race has got too much to judge by.
As Marcus is in.
He's in. Okay, so we won't have to wait around too long then to figure out. Well, you know what then? He's going to have to take a lot of fuel. I thought he might have to take less fuel than this, but
Well,
he's
10
gonna have to take a
minutes.
decent amount.
10 minutes less. What's that like? Can I work it out in time? No.
This is going to be close. Half an hour to go of this race. RD Simsport will take the lead, but they still need to pit. They'll be pitting very soon, actually.
So Marcus is staying in.
Esports, we're still not sure if they need to pit.
Did Wesley only do one stint? One Marcus started. Wesley, Marcus, I think.
Maybe, I think Wesley may have done 2 stints in the middle.
Ah, okay.
But I'm not sure. Marcus is certainly staying in late. So here comes Cherokee. Lost, and there goes Nürburgring Esports. But here comes Mivano Azuro. Where are they? They're going to be near the end of the pit lane. But
Wow.
for now, Nürburgring are ahead.
1.3, 1.4, because I got the run. About 1.34 seconds. Wow.
So the state of play now, RD definitely need to pit. Cherokee might need to pit. If they're not pitting, they need a lot of fuel saving. Nürburgring definitely don't need to pit, and Mivano definitely don't need to pit.
0.8.
And then Team Racing Black, I'm not sure if they... Team Racing Black as well don't need to pit. They're only 3.5 seconds back. This is pretty incredible. We've got the top 4 teams, basically, within 8 seconds of one another, 2.5 hours into the race.
I mean, Marcus has got this.
Yeah, Marcus should have this.
Marcus has got this, yeah.
I mean, you can already see he's closing the gap. And he's
Yeah,
got
I
pressure
wonder
time.
if the Delta just took some time to update there, because I don't know where he pulled 7/10 from, so I'm assuming it was just the speed differential of pit exit and everything. But yeah, they got 3 tyres, they've got the right amount of fuel. It's going to be qualifying laps to the end. I think we're going to see a Hamilton win at Silverstone and a Hamilton win at Spa.
Yes. And unfortunately, Alonso won't win, like everyone wants Alonso to win. But, may not happen. Sergio, by the way, is running in P13, so that's quite F1 apt as well.
There's more cars than this. If there was this many cars, Sergio would be way down.
Oh, maybe I should say Sergio is second to last. Maybe that's more.
There we go.
Maybe that's more like it. RD Simsports into the pits. So they will come out in 5th place, and it might be quite a boring end for them. They will be chased down by Absolute Motorsport and Mivano Rosso. But I think it will be quite a boring end. And of course, they need to watch out for Cherokee, because I think Cherokee might pit as well later on, which could be quite close. So, yeah, good effort there from RD. They were the first to adopt the 4-stop, which has ended up being quite popular.
Wait, Cherokee pitted on 64.
Yeah, it was they pitted with like 47 to go. So like they've got a lot of fuel saving to do if they're going to make it.
But they 3 seconds, they can't fuel save that with a 3-second differential. Well, it's interesting, right? Yeah. The problem is, I think I said this early on, they're running to the limit now where they won't get free tyres. I mean...
Oh, yeah.
Because Marcus must have been on the limit, like, close.
RD come out, they're only 4.5 seconds ahead of Absolute, so yeah, they will be chased down potentially by Absolute and Rosso.
Oh, the pit stops are happening in LMP2. Let's watch this.
Ah.
Benjamin is ahead by 6
Wow.
tenths.
Wow. Well, I really thought that Major's garage would be ahead, but no, they've done it. What a strap.
What a strap.
Bono Buzz.
You're like that. Yeah, great stuff. I'm just seeing... Yeah, so it's just full push from both of them. Well, I say that, obviously, Benjamin might have dropped a litre out just to make sure he gets track position, and then you save it wherever you can through traffic. It's always a risk, but, you know, that's what the big boys do.
This is the battle for P2 in GCP. And this feels like a matter of when, not if. With 25 minutes to go, Zero within...
And we've got two big battles happening right now on track.
Yeah.
Gustin and...
Here we go. He's going to go for it for the second position at the bus stop. He's going to have to leave space through the second part of the corner. He's not totally clear yet. Sasha Engelhardt is going to fight this one. And can Sasha cover it off into La Source? He's going into the middle of the circuit. Now he's covering off the inside.
I like this. Came to play.
He is probably going to try to hold on to this, even if he needs to do so for 25 minutes. Now, who's going to get advantage? They split it on the middle. And Sasha Engelhardt is still leading this race. Was that a slowdown? Or no, he's waiting.
Yeah, I think...
Oh, but Sasha's just sent it. Sasha's just sent it, and he's been able to make a bit of a break. But that was risky there from Sasha.
Very. But...
It's what he's got to do to win.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, I wouldn't recommend it because, I mean, he should be thinking about the points, and chances are he's not going to win anyway, but he's putting it all on the line.
Right, Benjamin's time to shine. We know Augustine has been absolutely cooking, but Benjamin show is not slow. Not slow at all. Very, very impressive drive for him.
I've been talking recently about the GTP and the LMP2 leads. Just a clear up as well on the GTD. Impulse still have to pit, so they are not leading. Door are 12 seconds ahead of Simify. Pretty much everyone besides Impulse and German Sim Racing and Delta V don't need to pit. Those three teams do need to pit later on. Here is the battle for P6 between Movano Rosso and Absolute Motorsport. Looks like Movano Rosso have got clear, and they're up into P6 now. They could get RD. RD's only 4 seconds ahead with 24 minutes to go, so that's catchable, but not easy necessarily. And then that would be as far up as they can get. And if they can get P5 after the crash that they had, that would be, I think they'd be happy with that.
Indeed. Man, I could get a clean sweep at the sweepstakes. It's looking good, but then again, it can go either way. The battles are still brewing. Delatraz and Effect is still on, and the Movano, can't get my words out. Well, we still don't know, right? The Marcus... No, yeah, I mean, it's... the Movano, Nürburgring Esports. I think we're going to assume Jericho is going to pit, right? I mean, that's too far to go.
It seems too far.
All right, we have both battles.
Oh, it's really close in LMP2. He's down to 1.5 tenths of a second. He could go for it here. Could Delatraz.
We're keeping an eye on the LMDH battle on the right screen. Look at this.
Gonna have to go the long way round. He's much later on the brakes. Can he make the corner? He almost missed it. They come within millimeters. Affected so well there to leave space, because I thought that Delatraz car was going to have to cut the chicane, but they kept on going, and they rejoined almost dangerously.
If he hadn't have left space, if Benjamin hadn't have left space, the other team would have got a penalty. So
yeah,
that could have been a better strategy call.
Well, you're thinking about, you know,
yeah, if Benjamin
contacts in the penalty area, basically.
If Benjamin had turned for his apex that he earned, then he would have been wiped out. And but then again, if they get a meatball, yeah, so the other team gets penalised, but then you're last. So Benjamin did brilliantly.
Oh, here we go again. What a send that is. Is he clear this time?
Jeez.
He is now ahead. It's the Delachaz car, but he's a little bit wide, and this could be Effect's opportunity. They may need to bounce back right away, but that was a committed move into Lacoum, and it could be the move that decides the race victory as well.
I'm a bit... Was Augustine flashing... Was Augustine flashing Benjamin, though? Because I can understand if you flash traffic, but... I don't love flash overtakes. Not at night.
Sure.
Maybe I'm wrong, but you don't flash your opponent at night when you're lobbing it. That's a big no-no from me. Well, I could be wrong. Maybe something was happening with I don't know.
So, of course, that one's certainly not decided yet, albeit the gap is already up to 9/10 of a second for Delachaz Majors ahead of Effect with 21 minutes to go in this race. Top 3 in the GTP is now separated by 1.5 seconds. Cherokee either saving fuel or requiring another pit stop.
Here comes the other button.
Here comes... No defense that time by Sasha. He's still
is.
staying there. Oh, he has done it. Well, he seemed early on the power, and then, or early on the brakes, and then even earlier on the power.
That was brilliant.
And scythed back ahead, but here comes the move again.
Oh.
Had to get all over the curb, and this one is getting pretty aggressive now between these two. Great to see Sasha Engelhardt, an Apex Racing League veteran, properly put it on the line to have a chance at this race win. Even with this batsman, they're catching up to Cherokee. And Mavano Azura, who I imagine really felt like they were almost destined to win this race 5 minutes ago, are realising it's going to be more tricky than that as they have to move past another GT3.
Quick shout out, there is another battle going on with Orbit, PS Competition and Blackout. They are on top of each other in GTP. Positions being traded.
Yeah, Zekarul as well are in that one.
Sorry, yeah. Zekarul, Orbit, PS and Blackout all fighting... That's amazing. At this late in the race, have 4 cars on top of each other.
Yeah. Oh, you know what? Cherokee is losing a lot of time on the straights. I think they're in like a lower engine map. I'm not sure if that's the best way to save fuel, but it's the method that they've chosen. You can see the gap has gone from 1.4 seconds to like 8/10 just on a straight. So
I'm not sure how many cars even have engine map in anymore. I mean, GT3s don't have it anymore.
I really, maybe, yeah. Oh, as they're in. Okay, they're in. So they pitted with 47 to go. It would have been a mega fuel save, and they're going to have to take about 3 seconds of fuel now to get to the end.
3 seconds, you're probably not wrong.
So, yeah.
So no tyres, I assume? Nope. This is what I said early on.
So, yeah. How long stationary? A bit longer than I thought. 8 seconds stationary. But they're still comfortably ahead of RD.
Correct. Yeah, probably like 15, 16 seconds by the time they come out.
So it should be an easy P4 for them, and then they just need to hope that something happens. Oh no! Effect have had an issue.
Oh no, not...
From P2. Well, we saw this, didn't we? Between Effect and Delachaz 2 weeks ago. And on that occasion, it was Delachaz who disconnected. But this time, it is Effect.
Effect, a curse, man. Andy was out there blinking in his stint. Barely saw him in pit road.
And it turns into a Delachaz lead. Delachaz Automotive are in 4th, but I think there's still pit stops to be made. Yeah, there's still pit stops to be made for, oh yeah, Fiercely 4 Purple now coming into the pits. So it will be a Delachaz 1-2.
Unbelievable. Why stop? Because otherwise you'll have to stop because you'll run out of fuel. Simple. They just went longer than every other team. They went so long that they couldn't have even take tyres.
Gutting for Effect, who stood a good chance at really establishing a strong lead in the championship 2 rounds in, and instead they probably won't even be leading the championship after this round.
I say, Andrew was standout, worst connection in the race, also Effect, and then Benjamin's looked fine. Big shame. Do we know anything, Paul? Was it internet, graphics, sim crash? Do we know? Sorry, man.
Q Lex saying, come on, Racing Black.
Racing Black, that's the...
Let us know, Q Lex, if you're involved in the team. Are you comfortable on fuel? Because you're very tight on fuel. But their pace is impressive if they are fuel saving. Very fast right now. Paul Busby confirming internet issues was the reason. Well, I think, yeah, I don't know, Paul. If there's any consolation, is that it happened to Delachas last week. So, yeah, sometimes it happens to rivals and it helps you out. Sometimes it happens to yourself and it ruins your race. Still, a drop round and plenty of chances later on in the season to get more wins.
Yeah, huge shame.
That was quite a big lift there from Blackout. So that is, I don't know, maybe I don't know if they're saving fuel or they should be all right actually on fuel. Should Blackout? They're 66 laps. Pit on lap 66. Oh yeah, they're not going to be lapped as well. Like the top 11 GTP cars are all within like a minute and a half. Like it's so competitive out there.
Yeah.
That they will all have to do all the laps.
Yeah, I just can't believe this P8, 9, 10, the P8 and 4 of them are still entwined in a big battle.
Yep, tuning in on it once again. Zekerill versus Orbit have been glued to one another for about half an hour now.
This that Sasuke to fend from the Nürburgring Esports was brilliant, absolutely brilliant. I cannot. We know them present each, you know that, because we have written them off. Mate.
Oh yeah,
cold.
Yeah. Well, it's awesome to see Sasha Engelhardt improve so much as a driver. I mean, I remember commentating on Sasha back when he was sort of 3K level, and he's really stepped it up as a driver. And he's now battling with 8.7K driver Marcus Hamilton.
Yeah, Marcus is no slouch in GTP.
Team 11 into the pits, by the way, in LMP2. That'll be their last pit stop. Ian Marshall, I think, will stay in that car. They'll drop down to P9 behind Alkentuck. So Delachas in P2, Delachas
Yep.
in P2 in LMP2. Half a second slower that last lap than Scuderia Volpe by P1 Sim Racing. I'm surprised that, I mean, I don't know how they're 41 seconds behind, honestly, but maybe with damage, oh, that's a move, and that's off the circuit, and that's ahead for Blackout OPR, ahead of PS competition. PS will not be happy with that.
No. Yeah, this is the battle, but this battle has now caused them to break away from orbit. 2 seconds back now. Proper dark. Now I've been staring at my laptop on all the Delta information. You can see how dark it is on track.
Yeah, for those people who aren't aware of when it comes to commentary, we do spend most of our time, especially in these races, looking at our time screen, like what happens on. So if we do miss something going on track, it is probably because we're not looking.
Yeah, because we're not looking. Yeah, it's difficult. You have to just look at the matrix and see the battle.
Yeah.
So Marcus is back up for a fight. Back within draft. Because he looks like he's had the pace just get up on him and make an attack, but I think he's just rethinking it now, finding a bit more of a more comfortable strategy to get through. But and obviously the timing with the traffic. Yeah, what a defense. What a defense.
So you would think another push is going to come. Originally he had, what, half an hour to get the move done, and now it's down to 13 minutes for Marcus Hamilton to win this race.
I was looking like a clean sweep. Effect's gone.
Oh man,
and Movano Blue can't get by. Like, what happened?
Well, Door's still 10 seconds ahead. That gap not changing much.
Yeah, that's
so
looking
should be
good.
all right on that one. By the way, Impulse recently pitted. They're one of the last GTD teams to have to pit, and they're in P3. But I don't think they're going to be able to make an assault on Simify by the end.
No, it looks like those 4 positions now are locked in. And Pink. Yeah, they can make it to the end. 57. Yeah.
Oh, and off into the wall goes Firebird. Well, that's the Firebird GT3, and that is That's the Delachaz Automotive from P2. That is the second place Delachaz Automotive car, and they have gone off. And, well, that's the same corner. That I'm not sure if it was that Delachaz car or the other Delachaz car, but they got involved, and now they've broken their headlights, and they've got to try to find where the track is and get back to the pit lane. Fortunately, they have got a car in front of them that they can follow. But, well, it was looking like a Delachaz Automotive 1-2. They were being pushed by Scuderia Volpi by P1 Sim, and maybe that's done the business on that front. Forced them to take a risk, and it's changed the position somewhat.
I raced Maxime Briand, Sebring, top split, LMP2, and he damaged his headlights. And I was thinking, oh my God. Yeah, I'm just about to tell the same story. I was like, I'm going to beat Maxime Briand at Sebring. This is it. I've made it. And then he didn't pit. And I'm like, no, bruv. Like, surely you can't see where you're going. And I watched his replay after. I don't know how he did what he did. I don't understand.
So you're saying French drivers are basically eat a lot of carrots and are able to...
Correct.
I mean, well, as long as there's always a car in front of him, he should be all right.
Yeah, but Briand didn't have it like that. He just dropped the hammer, went super quick, and did not care about keeping someone behind him. He just cooked. Unbelievable.
So we'll see how it works out for Alexander. He's not going to finish P2 in this race. He's lost out to both Scuderia Volpi by P1 Sim and Alpha Esports.
We'll get a replay of what occurred. Oh, cool. We've got the replay already. Look at that.
So, yeah, a bit of blue of a quartz panel.
Yeah, I think the GT3's not left. I don't know.
Yeah, initially I was thinking of blaming Delachaz, but now I look at that and I think
I don't know if
probably the GT3.
No,
maybe it's
Delachaz. I think it looked like Delachaz got onto the GT3. They glued, yes. I don't know. It looked a teeny bit more like Delachaz went into the GT3 left room, right? He has to turn left at a left-hander. I think he left a car width, and Delachaz just used a little bit more than the car width. Case closed. No, I don't know. It was very close. We'll see. The steward will decide that. But Scuderia Volpi by P1 Sim have probably just been told on the radio, we're P2. And they're like, wait, what happened to everybody else? What happened to Effects and the other Delachaz team?
And a bit like last time, Alpha just coming out of nowhere and randomly getting a podium. Good work from them.
Staying out of trouble, man. These long races. Staying out of trouble pays.
And Delachaz Automotive might be caught by Fiercely Ford Purple and Delta Sport. That lap for Delachaz, which is our first representative lap, they did a 2:07, which is about 2 seconds off the pace. So they might be caught. And of course, Delta Sport, who we've heard a little bit from in the YouTube chat.
Look at this car.
Fans of them. They are catching up as well. So could be 4th for Delachaz, could be 6th. Even Effect might beat them. Effect did get back out there. They're now P7 after their disconnect.
Right, I've got a rant. You know, iRacing has the most stupid meatball system in the world. You get a meatball for a dent in your door.
Sure, yeah.
No, this is a meatball.
Sure.
This is what it's for.
Yeah.
A dangerous car on the track. That's what it's meant to be used for. But iRacing's like, no, dent in the door, meatball flag. Yeah, you're a danger. You're a hazard to the other cars. That's what the flag's meant to be used for.
Yeah.
I've got a dent in the door. Yeah, all right. I've covered one of the sponsors. Look at this.
I mean, Phantom out on circuit.
Yeah. This is where you use the meatball. Oh, look at the torch. Unbelievable. Wait, this is position?
This is for position, yes.
Yeah.
34 Purple Me past Delachaz. Wisely not fighting that. And next up is Delta Sport then. 5 seconds behind. Oh, it will be very close to Delta Sport. I think they're going to hold on. I think Delachaz. I think they're losing a second a lap.
Well, Effects are out there. By the way, sorry to...
Oh, yeah. They got back out on track after the disconnect.
Sorry, yeah, carry on. Sorry, I was just excited.
Sure, no. But yeah, they I mean, they're going to be agonisingly close to catching, but yeah, we'll just fall short.
No, Brian he doesn't have any lights, mate, for sure. His end as well. This car is notorious for the no headlight situation if you crash. I've had it happen to me. But the good drivers, yeah,
Well, you were saying earlier on how you don't mind the lack of lights around here, and I think he's demonstrating, yeah, you know what?
I like
There's enough side lighting.
sunlight. I like sunlight. Have you ever rocked up and you made a mistake on your test session, whether you're in a Formula car at a certain track and it's pitch black and you don't have any lights? You cannot see anything. You press test drive and you're like, oh, my game's broke. Like, what's wrong?
Yeah.
Mate, this is not going to be close. Delta Sport are going to blow by Delatraz. Absolutely.
Oh, you know what? You're right. Yeah, Delatraz are losing more time than I thought. Yeah, because they did a 2:07 their first lap, and then they've just done a 2:87. So they were 1.7 seconds slower. So if they can keep doing 7 flats, then they might be all right. But yeah, if they're in the 8s, then not a chance.
Yeah, I mean, that fiercely forward by, he's 3.7 back. He can't hang with him to use his light. 4 second back. Delta Sport just caught another second. If he gets involved in any sort of accident, he'll have effect on him.
Zegarul into the pits. Oh my god, and Orbit as well. These guys cannot be separated. They've been with each other for the last hour, and they're still with each other. And with 5 minutes to go, I think you mentioned it earlier on, but the cooler track temperature may be catching up a few of these teams because they have to take more fuel. That's the Delatraz car.
What is this?
You don't see it at first, do you, when you first tune in?
No.
And he's been overtaken. He let him past.
The Batmobile's back there somewhere, look.
So this should be as bad as it gets for Delatraz. They're in 6th place now.
How many laps left?
Can we ride on board with them, please?
What, cockpit cam?
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, just wait when that car gets away further.
Well, he should stay. He should be in sight for like the next lap or so.
It's corners like this. Yeah, that's where he's losing his speed. Yeah. Oh. Where's the braking point gone?
Oh my god.
So I posted a replay of Maxime Briant's one of his laps. I tried to find the lap that was the darkest, and I just didn't understand.
It's such a tricky thing. It's not even as though it's one of those things where, you just drive a bit slower.
No.
Like, you can't see. You cannot see. Really close for the race lead, by the way, in LMP, in GTP. It's down to half a second.
Marcus is cooking now.
4.5 minutes for Movano Azzurro to win this race. Really should have won it back at Silverstone as well, but got caught up in an instant. Oh no. Just don't drive towards the crowds. If you're driving away from the crowds, it's generally good. Try to pick up. I mean, how is he doing this? He's hit the apex perfectly there.
Yeah.
How is he doing this? Matthew Chris saying it looks a lot worse in the broadcast than it does in sim. Perhaps so. Maybe that is why, because yeah, on the broadcast I do not know how he's doing that. 0.4 of a second. Of course, Team Racing Black's still there, 5 seconds back. They've done an amazing job. I think they probably had to fuel save a little bit as well in this last stint, but they're stuck with these top 2 throughout it.
All right, what's your bet? Nürburgring
Well,
esports?
I think Nürburgring from here will hold on to it because they can pull some shapes. Oh, here we go. RD. Is that RD getting ahead of Rosso, or is that them defending? That is them getting ahead. Well, that is not something I thought we would see, because I think the Rosso car did get ahead earlier on, but now they're getting back underneath again. They race towards La Fagna. But yeah, on that last lap, the RD car gained by 1 second, but the Rosso car holds on. What a great maneuver that is, but still there alongside.
Some great shots here. Is he going to think about it?
Might need to get other thoughts on now. So he gets the run to the bus stop. As here comes Movano Azzurro, who have had to wait for 25 minutes, and it looks like they are now past. Nürburgring Esports Carousel, Sasha Engelhardt held him off for so long, so well, but he could not hold him off any longer.
Something must have happened in T1, traffic or a bad exit, because yeah, he cleared him. He managed to even tuck in, so definitely a hyper run out of P1 there from Marcus. Because yeah, if someone's going to completely clear you by the corner, how do you defend it? It doesn't matter if you pick left or right. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference. So what's this? The battle with Delta and Firebird? Is this? But yeah, obviously well deserved from Ravano. The Zero teams run very well. So the red team got caught up in a couple of problems, unfortunately.
So how much faster would Delta be on that last lap? They gained by 4/10 on that last lap and they're now quarter of a second behind. And they are gaining a lot of time up on this straight. A lot of overspeed on that Porsche. And they're at least going to be able to get alongside. Now they get their nose ahead. GTP moves through the middle of them. And Delta V are up to 9th position now. Good work. Yep. And that is up 1 place from where they started as well. Firebird started behind them, got ahead, but look like they're going to end up behind once all said is done. When all is said is done.
When all said and done.
All said, yeah.
Oh, is this white flag for the GT3s or another one?
No, they'll have another one.
Yeah, of course, yeah.
But it is white flag for the GTPs. Archie Coveney, this is getting very close. It's the battle still.
Ravano Red and RD,
for
yeah.
P5. Remember, Ravano Red need to think about the championship here. They came in as championship leaders. I think they'll leave here as championship leaders, no matter which way this battle goes. But they are desperate to hold on to P5 and get the extra couple of points that go with it, as they have one more lap to go.
Great battle. Right, this is where you have to time your run.
Ethan Green mentioning 3 hours and top 3 split by 6 seconds. Absolutely true, Ethan. In an awesome race.
Has been.
Maybe better than any race last season, I think, as well. Red Atlanta was very good. It was the championship finale last season. But this is very good as well.
White flag for them?
Sure is. 200th of a second. He might even get his nose ahead. He has got his nose ahead. But RD so close, so many times to gain clear as he's going the long way around. They're touching as they go through Lecombe. Can't keep control of the car. And for now, it is, apologies, that was RD then getting past.
Yeah.
And now Ravano trying to return the favour. They might even use the GT3 to take advantage. Contact again, and RD get ahead. Now they're getting held up, and it might still be alive. But out in the lead in the GTPs, they have had to work for it so hard. They've had to make sure an extra pit stop.
Yeah, well deserved.
But MSS, Movano Azzurro, are going to get their first race win of the season. It's 2 Movano wins in 2 races, and it's the Azzurro's first race win of the season, ahead of Nürburgring Esports and Team Racing Black, only 5 seconds behind in the end. The next class victors
this is still happening.
A while away.
Yeah, we can watch this for a bit.
Watch this. And now it's contacts, and our championship leaders going into this round are into the wall, but they might have enough on that car to limp round. Absolute Motorsport, Acelith are on their way. But Tanguy Beyond, he tried his best to take that P5. He's not going to take it.
I don't know who was at fault there. We saw it's pitch black and we saw it in real time.
Here is our P2 leader. And so both the LMP2 and the GTD leaders were the only ones to make the extra lap.
Oh, that's funny.
Which is good if they get any post-race penalties, because it doesn't do much. Yeah, good work from both these teams. It was, anyway, 44 seconds for Delachaz Automated by Majors Garage. Their teammates fell off the road, and Effect Simulations had an internet connection issue. And so Augustin Bernier, the 208, who had been disappointed not to take the race win last time out, he can cruise to the line, and it is the 208 car which wins in the LMP2 category, and one of the very few cars which is still out on circuit and still racing is this one.
An impressive battle. The Dior car, yeah, I mean, what a fight. Obviously, we were robbed of the battle when that incident happened at the bus stop so early on. Not for any thought of the teams. I mean, we were robbed of a close battle, but obviously well deserved. Stellar win from them. Big gap. Simify brought it down, but I don't think even Door were. It didn't factor in. Had this gap managed.
Yeah, great work once again from Door. It is it's finally a race win. Came so close last time out. A 5th in round 1, a 1st in round 2. And whilst it will still be Simify leading the championship, Door have absolutely established themselves as a championship contender.
Yeah, what a race. What a race. Down to the... I mean, our voices were getting loused and raised on the last lap there, so brilliant stuff.
It really was. Yeah, fantastic race. We will have an interview with a few of our drivers. Might even have a chat with one of our drivers in person as well in a bit. Yes, really, really good one. What would you say was the most impressive race victory out there, out of Movano Azzurro and out of Delachaz Majors and out of Door Esports? Which of those squads do you think impressed you the most?
GTP, because we called it wrong and the battle was epic. GTP battle was well earned and hard fought. LMP2, GT3, obviously in their own rights did really well. Obviously, it was a shame we lost Effect, but LMP2 got that done before the incident. Effect was second when they got pinged out, unfortunately. Obviously, we're still robbed of a good battle, and GT3 would have never known. I forget the team now who were involved.
How far did they get back up
it was
in the end?
Absolute, right? Absolute ace lift.
Yes.
But Door managed the race brilliantly.
Absolutely.
Excellent battles.
Yeah, they got involved in something else, didn't they? Ended up in P18, which was a shame. And then the 3rd place team, and that were Fiercely Forward Pink, and they ended up in 4th place, so they did well to recover from the damage that they had earlier on in the race. Let's have a look then at our final results. You see some very day footage in the background. It feels weird. It's weird to my eyes. But there was the gap, 0.8 of a second in the end for Movano. Nürburgring and Racing Black were in 3rd, but it was so close. Top 3 separated by 5 seconds. And I think it was the top 11, top 12, all on the lead lap. That is incredible. And pretty much all of them finishing competitively as well. In the LMP2s, it was obviously Delachaz, automated by Major Sky. It's not really reflected, but it was 40 seconds the gap between 1st and 2nd. Alpha weren't too far back in 3rd. And Effect Simulations, after their disconnect, ended up in 7th. And then in the GTD category, we had Door, of course, win by a lap. But again, that was by 8 seconds in reality to Simify. The gap was as high as 18 at one point, but Paul Lang, I think, was managing it out in the lead. Impulse did well with a lot of a short final stint. They ended up in 3rd. And a good recovery as well from Fiercely Forward Pink. I think would have fancied their chance at fighting for the win if it weren't for an early incident they were unlucky to be involved in. And again,
Indeed.
I think all of them finished. So just great work from everyone that everyone took their faster pair. Oh no, I say that was wrong. Blackout, Delachaz, automated by PC Design, and Team Red X all got involved in incidents. That PC Design car looked really good as well. This was the incident that ruled out Absolutes.
RD penalty. Up top.
RD penalty.
For that last lap.
Aha.
On the Rosso team.
So that will, I guess, relegate them 1 position. Would you like to have a chat with PJ? I can take off my headset, vacate, and you can have a chat, perhaps.
Yeah, of course. An IRL interview.
Yes.
What team was? Remind me. Orbit, yeah.
It was not Orbit. It was the legendary Team 11 in LMP2.
Of course.
So I will pass over.
Well, I didn't think I'll be doing an IRL interview.
Jeez.
Can you hear me okay, mate?
Yeah,
Congrats.
very good.
How was it?
Fun, actually, to be here in the center itself and to be on the rig, which is a very good rig, actually. So, yeah, it was fun.
Excellent.
The pace wasn't really there, but yeah, I had a good time.
You enjoy the race?
Yeah.
You did the 3rd?
No, the first 2.
Oh, of course, yeah, sorry. First 2, yeah.
first two, I qualified P10, I think, out of 11, but not important to mention. And then afterwards, you now just finished in P9, so we gained 1 place. Got a bit lucky with a car that DNF'd. Had a bit of a fight with Travers Racing, I think. Yeah. And yeah, we managed to win that fight. So yeah, not a lot of on-track action, but it was more pacing. So yeah.
And how did you find it adapting to the rig? Because I saw you arrive. Like, did you arrive much longer before I saw you, or was you?
The moment I saw you, it was like I was here 5 minutes.
That's
so,
impressive. So how was it adapting? Because is it much different to your rig at home, or?
It's pretty similar. I have different brands of steering wheel and base, but the most difficult part was the pedals, because it was a bit softer here than the pedals at home. So that was a bit difficult, especially in the LMP2 with the braking. But actually, I think I had a half an hour, 3/4 of an hour in the rig, and yeah, I think I adapted quite well. I wasn't at 100% of my pace. I know if I was at home, I could do a bit quicker. So that's all of the excuses I have.
No, I know. I tried the Sebring. I did a 12 out here. Was it the Sebring 12? I assume. And I got used to it, but I had shoulder ache, leg ache, knee ache, ankle, because I was essentially adapting my body to make it work, and I was in pain. Lower back ache, not because anything was uncomfortable, because I'm just out of my comfort zone. So yeah, I understand that. Night transition, you liked it, or would you have preferred rain?
I'm not very very trained in the rain, actually, so I'm good with the night transition, but I'm a bit afraid for when we first hit a rain race. Yeah, I'm a bit looking forward to see how the race and the multi-class will adapt to it. So yeah, I'm curious to see it, but I'm a bit afraid as well.
Well, you're faster than the GTPs. That's the fun thing. You get to bully them.
Oh, for once.
Yes, it's brilliant.
It's payback time then.
Yeah, exactly.
All right.
I don't know if Sam still wants me to interview the others. What's the plan? Okay, yeah. Great chat with you, mate. And
thank you for the amazing broadcast. I enjoyed watching when I was not in the car, so thank you for that.
Thanks for taking part, and yeah, good luck in the future weeks.
Yeah, thank you.
Cheers, mate. Awesome. Should be mandatory. Every interviewer has to come here.
We're not going to pay the flights, but yeah, someone has to chat with us. Reach out.
Right. Who do you want to talk to? You've got.
Oh man, I haven't looked who's in.
Marcus and Wesley, or Paul and Jonas. I think they're the two teams.
Okay, I will go with Marcus and Wesley in that case. Marcus Hamilton and Wesley Caspers, congratulations. That is a race win. Let's go straight to the end of the race, Marcus. I mean, you had a few overtakes to make in the last half an hour, and I imagine in your mind you're thinking, this is going to be quite possible, but Sasha put up one hell of a fight, didn't he?
He did. Thank you, guys. Yes, wonderful to win, especially with a nice battle at the end. But yeah, I guess coming out the pits for the last stint, I guess I was a little bit closer than I thought I would be. So yeah, you're right. I was quite confident at that stage. Caught Sasha, very quickly. Thought I had a good pace advantage straight away. But yes, he did very well. Couldn't get past him, and then he got a bit of luck in the traffic. So suddenly there was like a 2-second gap to make back with like 8 laps to go or so. So it started looking a little bit dicey then. And then I kind of felt my tyres were going off a bit. So I kind of lost the pace advantage I had. I was basically just barely keeping up with him last few laps, but it was enough because there was always going to be opportunities in traffic. I eventually got one that I was hoping for, and then just overtake up past the Rouge, and then a couple laps just to defend and brought it home.
Yeah, it was really well executed, and yeah, you absolutely treated those last few laps correctly, and got your opportunity and you took it. Wesley, congratulations to you as well. I think you took the second stint, if I recall correctly, Wesley, and of course we sort of saw a bit of a transfer, at least compared to round 1, from the 3-stop to the 4-stop. And what point in the race did you guys realize we're not going to make the 3-stop, we got to do a 4-stop, or did you know that going into the race that you were going to need to do a 4-stop?
Yeah, well, we already knew it before. It was almost impossible to take like 3 stops. Maybe we could do it, but then we lost so many lap time. You're not gonna make it in the pits. So yeah, we just decided to go full and then go for 4 stops. That was the only hope we had. And yeah, I picked up some damage in my first lap, which frustrated me a little bit, and we lost a bit of time there, which made it quite tense at the end. But I think the 3-stop would have been even better for us. But unfortunately, my stint wasn't the best, so we lost a bit of time there. And yeah, I think for the Acura 4-stop, it's the only way to go. You cannot go 3, and like you can do it, but then you lose too much time.
Sure. Yeah. I think we were chatting with one of your teammates as well in the YouTube chat who was saying very similar stuff as well. But going into the next round of the championship, how are you feeling about Daytona for that one, Marcus? Do you think you're going to be on top pace? Do you think the Acura will suit that track?
Well, I know, myself and the team have really enjoyed driving Daytona in the past. I think we're well practiced there. I think we've got decent pace. I guess the only concern we probably have is that a couple of weeks ago now, iRacing have broadly fixed the BOP between all the GTPs, and we just had a Daytona week in the iRacing official series, and it looked very, very close between all the cars really, but Porsche and the Acura in particular. So hopefully there's a couple of adjustments just to make it a bit fairer, but yeah, it could be an exciting race for sure. The pace of the cars, by default should be very close.
Absolutely. Well, we wish you the best of luck for that one. Is there anyone that you two want to give a shout out to?
Just the rest of the team. We're in a good spot right now. A lot of collaboration, a lot of motivation across the team. So thank you to everyone's efforts, and of course, main sponsor Mercury Setup Shops. And yeah, that's it. And of course, you guys as well, because obviously you're putting on a great show, and it's a pleasure to drive.
GG's.
Awesome. Thank you for the very kind words, and we'll see you two back for Daytona in 3 weeks' time.
Thank you.
See you guys.
Cheers.
Marcus
Great stuff.
Hamilton and Wesley there in the winners in the GTP category for MSS Milano Azzurro. I'll let you drag up Jonas and Paul.
Excellent. Paul, Jonas, can you both hear me okay?
Yep.
Excellent. Congratulations on a dominant display. Obviously, you made it look easy. Jonas, I'll start with you. Obviously, excellent qualifying to start the race. How was that incident? It was with, what was the Acelith, right? It was so long ago now, I can barely remember.
In the race, you mean?
Yeah, in the race, yeah. That they got spun and then hit by Fiercely Forward. It was Acelith?
Oh yeah, absolute Motorsport.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah, the qualifying was good. The start of the race was also quite good. I had the feeling that the Corvette from Absolute wants to go past very quickly because of the traffic hitting early. Due to the gaps we had to leave between the classes. It was already like lap 2 or 3 where the first traffic wave would arrive. So then eventually I let him pass because I wasn't too sure if it would be smart enough to properly fight that early, since we had the gap from lap 1. And eventually I had the chance to take the spot back a few laps later, and I saw him diving on the inside into the bus stop. So I left my steering a bit open, and he sadly spun on my inside of the car, I think. I didn't even feel anything. I just saw the 4X and the car spinning.
Mm-hmm.
That was my impression from it.
That's how I saw it at all. That's how I saw it as well. It looked like he just was going to miss the apex anyway, and then maybe a bit of NDM. And yeah, unfortunate because obviously it also contacted Fiercely Forward. They had to pit on that lap for a fast repair. So yeah, it gave you guys a nice dominant display. Was you just, I suppose now switching to Paul, congrats mate, was you just managing the gap now? Like, was you worried about any team, or was it just now about staying out of trouble, hitting your marks and managing the race to the end?
Yeah, exactly, pretty much. Like, Jonas did an amazing job in his first 2 stints, so
yep.
We had a bit of a gap because of other people also crashing, so I tried to make it as clean for the other classes as well with the gap I had, and then also fuel saved a bit too much. I could have gone an extra lap, but yeah, in the end it was super safe, and then just had to bring it home basically.
Ah, that's brilliant. You must be chuffed after Silverstone, because I know you're beating yourself up a little bit, but I still think you did a stellar job. But it must be nice to come here and lay it down.
Yeah, it's kind of a comeback. Let's say Silverstone was very bad from my side. I was really frustrated with myself as well. So yeah, even though the pace I could have went a bit quicker maybe today, but it was in the end just staying safe, making it easy for everyone, and then yeah, just bringing it home for Jonas as well.
Yeah, GG's boys, and well deserved. You're still in it now for the championship. It's probably looking strong. What tracks are the standout for you, but on the excited and nervous side?
On the nervous side, I would maybe call Portimao, most likely, because it's not fitting the car very well.
Sure.
The Audi has some disadvantages there. Looking forward to Sebring personally.
Yeah, great track.
For me, it's the same basically. Portimao will be interesting with the traffic, with multi-class. So yeah, that's gonna be interesting. But yeah, Daytona for me is also one I'm looking forward to.
Excellent. Anyone like to give a shout out to?
Yeah, like all of our teammates who have been in the preparation for Spa 24, and also then helping us a bit with the setup and preparing all the cars, and also like the sponsors from the esports. Massive shout out to them as well. Always very supportive. So yeah, only love for them.
Brilliant. Jonas, Paul, congratulations on the brilliant win at a very demanding track. So yeah, congratulations, and yeah, good luck with next week, and I'll talk to you then.
Thank you very
mate.
much.
Cheers. Cheers, guys. Ciao.
Well, we've had a chat so far with our GTP winners and our GTD winners. Let's have a chat with one of our LMP2 winners, because Thomas Imborg joins us now from Delachaz Automotive by Majors Garage. Congratulations there, Thomas. In the end, it was a fairly sizable margin, 40 seconds, but it felt like you had to race right to the limit for about 80% of that event.
Yeah, it was a really stressful race. We had two almost opposite strategy compared to the Effect team. Sadly for them, and also for us, it would have been a great fight until the end. And yeah, it was a lot of stress, a lot of pushing. We were 100% all the race. It was a long sprint. But yeah, big congrats to my teammate. He did an amazing job, and to the whole team. The GT was running well before having an issue. And the LMP2, the second one, I believe you saw what happened.
Yes. Yeah, disappointing finish for their race, and yeah, of course they had a couple of incidents as well before that as well. It looked like a fun sort of strategy battle between yourself and Effect. Effect seemingly were going short with the pit stops. You were going longer. Going into that final pit stop, were you thinking that you'd be ahead? Because we thought that going into that fourth pit stop, I think it was, you'd be ahead, but then you came out 1 second behind. Was that a bit of a surprise to you when that happened?
No, because in our calculation it was close, really. It was between 1 second behind or 1 second in front, depending on the in-lap. So we really take no margin to try to be as close or even in front as if we could. So yeah, we pushed everything. Like the Effect team is a great team, so you have to be at the limit to be able to win against them. So it was like super fun, super stressful as well. But at the end, it's a lot of emotions, and yeah, the team is really happy for that.
Definitely. And what was going through your mind when you saw the Effect car disconnect? Was it fist pumps? Was it a little bit of disappointment that you weren't going to get the battle? What was going through your mind in those few minutes?
I would lie if I say that there is no like. It was obviously less stressful as the gap behind them was was quite high. But obviously, you always want to win on the race on the track. And yeah, it was a super fight. It could have been, I think, one of the best fights of the season. But we have many more rounds to go, so we will see what happens. But for sure, I believe we'll have a nice championship to follow, and it will be close until the end.
Definitely, yeah. I'm sure there's plenty more opportunities for you guys to battle, not least Daytona next time out, which should be very, very good. Is there anyone you want to give a shout out to, Thomas?
Yes, so first to all the sponsors, so the Majors Garage and also PC Design that is helping us for this league and for every leagues, but also to all the drivers because we worked really hard to make it happen. To Christophe as well, he practiced with us, so big shout out to him as well. And yeah, to Alexandre also for driving without the front bonnet for the last 10 minutes.
Awesome. Well, congratulations, Thomas, on your race win. And yes, we'll see you back in 3 weeks' time.
Yeah, I think it will be. I don't know yet if I will be racing there, but maybe Christophe and Augustin. I don't know yet.
Well, yeah, whoever takes the helm, I'm sure they'll be competitive. And yes, hopefully see you very soon, Thomas.
Thank you. See you.
Cheers.
Thomas Imborg there, your race winner in the LMP2 category for Delatras Automotive by Majors Garage. And that is all our class winners I had a chat with.
One question from Ethan, the glove winner. How does he contact you or us?
So I think we'll be in contact. As long as he joins the ARL Discord, then we'll be in a mutual server and we can send him a PM and discuss further. But congratulations to Ethan if he's still watching along.
He wants those gloves. He wants to make sure he gets those gloves, mate. I would.
Not keeping his eyes off us until he gets those gloves.
Correct.
But yeah, congratulations to him. Yeah, Daytona next time out. Of course, these aren't the most slipstreamy cars. We should remember that. So it's not going to be like a draft fest, like
a fuel fest,
mate. Well, in the GTDs, definitely. Maybe not so much in the LMP2s and GTPs. What do you think?
Yeah.
Oh, well, Sylvie, you reckon? Yeah.
Yeah. You lift, big lift into one. Yeah. But this can still make it a lot of fun because it's going to be very difficult for us to keep up on all the metrics and the pits and the battles that are into. Yeah, Daytona always provides good racing.
Definitely. Yeah, should be a really good one. That will be on in 3 weeks' time. The next couple of weeks on Friday night, we've actually got Apex Racing League GT3 Trophy. So tune in for rounds 4 and 5 for that coming up in the next couple of weeks. And of course, on Apex Racing TV, we've got loads more action. We had the Radicals earlier on today, the official series. But we've also got Racing Unleashed on Sunday. We've got ARA Porsche Cup on Wednesday. Apex Racing Academy Super Formula as well on Thursday. We've got Rick Tech and loads of other championships as well, so do subscribe to the channel and of course check out the Apex Racing TV and Apex Racing League social medias on Facebook, Twitter and Instagram. And of course a big thanks once again to our title sponsor for this series, Abruzzi, and you can check out that discount code Apex Racing 15 off to get 15% off your order over at Abruzzi-official.co.uk for all gloves, boots and t-shirts. But for now, from myself, Sam Fitzpatrick, and from David Sampson, and from everyone here at Apex Racing TV, we will say goodbye, and we'll see you back in 3 weeks' time at Daytona for round 3 of the championship. See you then.